Yes, it's so the opening of our day. I will speak in French.
ICOM France is paying for a translation into French and English, which makes it possible for into French and Spanish, which makes it possible for all of different members to enjoy this translation. Dear colleagues, dear museum professionals, dear participants, first of all, I'd like to turn to Emmanuel, the director of the Louvre Abu Dhabi, who's hosting us today. Dear Manuel, as you'll recall, this symposium idea was born here almost 2 years ago when I came to deliver a training course, and I was struck by the dynamism of Abu Dhabi and the whole region in terms of the opening of new museums. I had the honor of being introduced to Peter Maggi, who will be opening and running the Zayed National Museum in a few days' time, and he has given us the honor of being with us today. And thank you very much, because I know that being at such a meeting just a few days from the opening of a new museum is a real challenge. This intensification of opening of new museums seemed like a major issue for a great organization of museum professionals. The 27th ICOM General Conference in Dubai was already in preparation, and I thought that ICOM Europe as a regional alliance could make its contribution to discussions centered on these new museums, which are preparing to open in the years to come, in 2025 and years to come, with the feeling that something was changing that we should try to grasp more specifically, more concretely, because it's a fact in the space of a few decades, the number of museums has increased considerably by a factor of 5 in just a few decades to reach some 105,000 museums worldwide today, according to UNESCO figures. 4 years ago, it was feared that COVID and the environmental crises could slow this all down, but no, the number of visitors continues to grow, and it's very clear that the number of museums opening is just increasing. There are visitors with diversifying interests who come to museums, and they have high expectations. What do they come to see? What do they expect from their visit? And how are new museums preparing to welcome them? That's what we're going to be talking about. Of course, the museums opening in this context are seizing on this new situation, but how exactly? That's what we wanted to get a snapshot of. The second quarter of this century has got a lot coming up with major upheavals, the acceleration of technology and artificial intelligence, the importance of sustainable development, global health issues, the growing popularity, but also many risks of associated museums and heritage. How are these challenges integrated into a museum's architectural design and even into its scientific and cultural program, as we say in France? This is the program that covers the place of collections and exhibitions, the public, the source of resources, the diversification of activities, the protection of heritage, the relationships between museums in different regions of the world. So how are all these questions integrated from the very beginning of the planning for a new museum? In order to get hold of all of these questions, we launched a study to identify these new museums, and this study is still underway, but you can consult it on the website, on the ICOM France website in its current state. And we have launched a survey, a questionnaire sent to ICOM professionals. Some have responded, and we'll talk about this in the first session, because at ICOM, we're at the heart of these issues. 3 years ago, we adopted a new definition. This was approved by 92% of members, which is an excellent figure after months and even years of drafting. And this definition gives priority to research into collections and their conservation, and the place of audiences and communities, and how to welcome and encourage their participation. That's a central feature of museums. These are clearly the two complementary missions of museums. At the moment, we are collectively reflecting on updating our code of ethics, which is an incredible tool. It's translated into 38 languages. It's a document that all 60,000 ICOM members undertake to respect, and which, well beyond that, the entire professional museum community knows and more often than not recognizes. I hope that our presentations today make a useful contribution to this and to understand the situation of museums today and feed in to the work on the Code of Ethics. ICOM Europe is therefore the initiator of this day. As we know, this covers all regions, and this is why today's meeting is giving the floor to representatives of museums from all over the world, and I'd like to thank them most sincerely. There are 15 countries represented, 17 if we add the countries from which our moderators come, and all the regions, the region that's hosting us, which we would really like to offer our warm and heartfelt thanks, and also regions of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Europe, of course. This is why our session today is shared with ICOFOM, one of the biggest international committees of ICOM. Thank you to Karen and Marion. And of course, thank you to the board of ICOM Europe, Lana, Alexandre Chevalier, Elke Kellner, and Juliana, who is our president for a few more days, Stella, and Marion, who will be moderating. We are really very honored and happy to be welcomed at the Louvre Abu Dhabi and grateful for the unfailing support of this establishment. I really want to thank again Manuel, Lucy, Atul, Laura, Marianne, and the whole team from Louvre Abu Dhabi and the amazing work they've done. I'd also like to thank France Museum, Hervé Barbara, who's here, to all of those who have helped us and are supporting the organization of this day. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. And I'd like to wrap up by expressing my affection and friendship to my colleagues at ICOM France, whose commitment and support have been incredible, effective, and irreplaceable. Emily, Anne-Claude, and all the others, thank you. Thanks to ICOM France, our debates are being translated into the official languages of ICOM. They're being broadcast and they're accessible to all members who are not here on site because it's being broadcast online, and they'll be available on the ICOM France website, which means that the work done by the speakers will continue to be valued for the weeks and months to come on the website. I'm now going to hand over to our organizers. First of all, Manuel Rabate, who's the director of the Louvre Abu Dhabi Museum. Manuel, over to you.
Marhaba, bienvenue, welcome. Apologies, I will speak in English, but you will hear some of the French, so we'll be completely global. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi, welcome to Louvre Abu Dhabi for this full day of brainstorming, exchanges, and connection. But also welcome to the UAE, because I understand that most of you just landed yesterday or this morning, so it's not the first time Nasir, my friend, will of course welcome you officially on behalf of UAE ICOM, but I think it's important that part of the values of the UAE, which are of course this strong notion of hospitality, can be there, and for us it's a pleasure to have all of you. It's also a pleasure to see this room, this auditorium filled with museum professionals, some that I'm seeing again after a few years, some that are future friends, and some that will be connected and hopefully will be discussing the full day. This is a fantastic thing, the new museums of the 21st century. We are deeply honored to welcome this symposium of ICOM Europe, organized in collaboration with ICOM France, ICOFOM, and France Museum. all of them long-time friends of our institution. So we are the decor, we are the place where we hope that this museum will be a place where you will find inspiration. It's great to be under the dome of Jean Nouvel. This may be one of his marvel, I know he made some beautiful other museums, but this could be one of his best, and I hope you will have the time to enjoy the dome and on the spaces. So it's also something we wanted to share with you, which is today we are celebrating our 8th anniversary. We open our doors to the public. Thank you. Thank you. Shukran. Merci. We open our doors to the public on the 11th November 20, it's like yesterday, the 17th, but this is almost a decade, and of course we're thinking of the 10th anniversary. So we can no longer call ourselves a new museum, but I'd like to remind that we are a young museum, a fresh museum, a still agile and still full of life and transformation. We are continuing to experiment, to question, and to evolve. Maybe that's the essence of what it means to be born in the 21st century, knowing the excitement of creation while embracing the challenges of staying attuned to our times, reflecting the transformation of our societies, and keeping our mission alive and relevant amid constant changes. It's also inspiring for you to understand where you are. Most of the discussion will be in Dubai, and I hope and I really recommend that you go to all of the Emirates of the UAE, Sharjah, all the Northern Emirates, Ras Al Khaimah, and so on. But today you are in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, and you are in the Saadiyat Cultural District. So when you arrive, you may have seen some of the incredible museums through the building that are around us. Last April, Team Lab Phenomena opened with incredible immersive experience. At the end of this month, the Natural History Museum Abu Dhabi, like literally a few hundred meters from here, will open. So that's why we have two Peter. Peter from the Natural Museum might not join us because he's reading his last week, but in early December, the other Peter, you mentioned Peter Maggie, is also finishing another museum, the Zayed National Museum, exciting museum on the national, that will open very soon. And in the coming months, should I say, you will tell us more. The Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, Stephanie can answer all your questions during the break on the opening date, but it's very soon. So all of this is part of the energy of the Saadiyat culture. So as museum professionals, we all know what it means. The years of planning, designing, collecting, building, and dreaming that led to such moments. To be part of this extraordinary collective momentum is both humbling and exhilarating. We want to share this adventure with you. At Louvre Abu Dhabi, the spirit of reinvention has been part of our DNA from the very beginning. We have some pride in having questioned, pushed, and reinvented the notion of universal museum, which is often debated and discussed in the ICOM and so on. We think that we have proposed a new acception of these terms, and that makes sense here in the art of the Arab world. So we have tried to push the notion to its maximum by going to the essence of what is our name. Louvre, meaning the Museum of Museums, and Abu Dhabi being the capital of this absolutely connected and rooted in its legacy place here in the art of the Arab world. So by putting both together, we were able to reinvent a connected history of humanity through artworks. So I hope you will take the time to see that in our galleries. We're doing this beautiful storytelling of connected histories through our own collection, Louvre Abu Dhabi collection, belonging to the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, the government of Abu Dhabi, through the DCT. But we also have a strong relationship with the French museums, the Louvre, Orsay, Pompidou, Guimet, Branly, all of them can lend to us. And we also have a few of what we call ambassadors objects coming from all over the world that you will also see. And this is this mix which allows us to say. There are some breaks, and I think during the extended lunch break, I encourage you to see not only the dome of Jean Nouvel, but our Mamluk Legacy of an Empire temporary exhibition with the Louvre, beautiful Islamic art exhibition, our Children Museum, Space Picturing the Cosmos, If you walk under the dome, Art Here 2025, our annual contemporary art commission with Richard Mille, with artwork from the region and from Japan. And don't miss our permanent galleries, 10,000 years of history. It's like a time machine. You will start with a beautiful Olmec head, a loan from Mexico, incredible one. Then Al-Razain statue, a loan from Jordan at the entrance. You will have our Stocklet dragon, our Chinese masterpiece from our collection. Nicolas Poussin's masterpiece from the DCT collection. And the Pixies of Prince Al-Mughira, on loan from Musée du Louvre. I'm giving you just a few of the highlights. There are many more, 600 to 700 that you can see, but these are all the typologies of artworks that we bring. And one of the last ones that we introduced was the National Treasures of the Philippines, National Museum of the Philippines, Una Bula Kenya, which is incredible in our 19th century gallery. I also want to share a few figures. We had 1 month ago reached 7 million visitors since our opening, which for us, including the years of COVID, is not bad. 1.4 million last year, but I'm even more proud of the more than 60,000 school kids who came during 2024. And I'm equally proud of the mix on what is Louvre Abu Dhabi, which is a team composed for the more than half of Emirati and experts from all over the world working together to create a new generation here in the UAE of museum professionals. We also have some experimentation, kayaking around the museum, night at the museum, which was just last weekend, VR, if you have some time as well, olfactive tour with smelling transposition of artwork, school takeovers, programs for the elderly, programs for people who don't come, like taxi drivers. All of this is a testament to our experimentation. So please take the time to enjoy the place you're in while you will be digesting all these stories from all over the world. And I will join Juliette in some thanks. First, Nasir Al-Darmaki, thanks for being with us. I know it's the most busiest week of your life, so we all support you, and we know what it means to be there, Nasir, with us for the opening. So thanks on a personal note. You've always been a supporter of us, and I think we're all supporting you. To ICOM Europe, Juliette, Raoul Duval, and Juliana Ericani, you have been working on this. Juliette, you mentioned that 1 year and a half ago, so finally it's coming. So bravo for your dedication. ICOM France, Émilie Girard, and Anne-Claude Maurice. To ICOFOM, Karen Brown and Marion Bertin, and to our partner, France Muséums, and in particular Hervé Barbaret, Étienne Bonnet-Condé, Maxence, and many more. To the Louvre Abu Dhabi team, because it has been a lot of work to make this possible. And finally, to all of you, thank you for being with us. Take the time, enjoy it's a very busy week that starts. Enjoy it. Thank you so much. Shukran.
Please, Juliana Ericani, who is ICOM Europe chair today. Please take the floor.
Good morning to all. Special thanks go to Manuel Robaté and Guillaume André, General Scientific Director of Abu Dhabi Louvre, for agreeing to host ICOM Europe together with ICOM France, France Museums, and ICOFOM to address a subject to which ICOM is dedicating its General Conference, and which ICOM Europe wants to materialize, investigating how museums opening this year or around 2025 place the present in an idea of the future, or rather how museums opening today in physical, social, cultural, and museological realities that are also very different interpret the history and structure of the museum of the past by adapting to the pressing needs of the present, anticipating those of the future. Newly established and newly built museums are presented to the public like miracles of the new architecture. Museum professionals cannot but appreciate the new construction challenges, as long as these meet the principles of environmental sustainability and physical accessibility. Respecting the museum, ICOM Europe is more interested, however, in investigating whether the basic principles governing its operation have been provided in the planning and whether there are management requirements for these principles to be applied and practiced. The fundamental principles on which we are working in the revision of the Code of Ethics are enshrined in the definition of museum voting in 2022 in Prague. A museum is a not-for-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage. Open to the public, accessible and inclusive, museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. ICOM Europe has huge commitments and responsibilities towards the past. The idea of the museum was born in Europe and has grown culturally along lines that have spread in the world around two fundamental elements, the collection and the disciplinary competence of museum professionals. 65 of the museums so characterized are located in Western Europe or North America. The collection as the core of the European museum experienced a significant expansion into two directions in recent years. The first is an extended conception of the material in which the digital use in its all-comprehending, also interactive sense plays a fundamental role. The second is the focus on repositories, an extension of the spaces of the museum that involves displays, the relationship with the public, and the contents of the educational systems. I find it interesting in outlining the path of these changes and their speed what Tim Reeve said when presenting the V&A East Storehouse this year. We have got two museum modes. One is permanent galleries and exhibitions, the other is storage. We have tried to invent a third one in the middle. I hope it will move away from that binary choice between display or storage. And remember, as a reminder of our realities have changed, how at the ICFA conference in Oxford in 2010, the idea of external storage and its cultural and operational significance was not mentioned at all in the presentation of the Great Museum Service in London. Concerning the competences of museum professionals, one cannot help but feel that the preferable future depends almost exclusively on the museum leadership, a competent leadership free from political conditioning, able to choose for internal work its staff on the basis of specific competence in the different and new areas of the museum, remunerated accordingly to their tasks and responsibilities, and for the relation with the public, able to involve stakeholders and communities. I leave the presentation of the project outlines to the debate to Juliette Raoul-Duval, who conceived and organized this conference for ICOM Europe with the help of Andrea de la Place. Thanks are due to her for her work and for the promising outcome of the conference. To all of us, a wish of good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. Émilie Girard, Director of ICOM France, and also working in the Museum of Strasbourg. Dear friends, good morning to all of you. I'm delighted to be with you today for this day, looking at a topic that's intrinsically linked to museums today. What do museums born during the second quarter of the 21st century look like? I would like to thank all of the partners, as others have done this morning. I think the crowd we can see here today really does demonstrate the interest in this subject, but also in this location. I would also like to thank Juliette for initiating this day, for working with her trademark energy and proposing that ICOM France, along with her, could help support this. It shows the importance and the interest of this topic. We're thinking about it in a way that is based on exchange. It shows the variety of our establishments, despite the increasingly complex context, whether it's financially, politically, sometimes socially, or ecologically. The Museum of Strasbourg just opened a new museum about a month ago, a zoological museum, which has been fully renovated, becoming a place of reflection on issues of biodiversity. I wanted to take this example to show the way in which museums are rethinking what they are on the basis of topics that are disrupting our societies. The presentations this morning and this afternoon will show multiple voices in different languages. ICOM France, in many years now, has been committed to multilingualism, which is one of the rich sources of wealth of our organization. So they are paying for the translation costs today so that everybody can appreciate what is being said and express themselves more freely in order to better translate the meaning behind these words. Please feel free to speak in English, French, or Spanish, any of the ICOM official languages today and also throughout this week of events. I would like to finish by thanking the partners that helped organise this, particularly Anne-Claude Maurice, who is here, a delegate of ICOM France, and Hélène Copin, who may be joining us online. Thank you for all of your work in preparing this project. Thank you to all of you, and I wish you all an excellent day. We're going to be handing over to Karen Brown now, President of ICOFOM and member of ICOM as well, if I'm not mistaken. So over to you, Karen Brown. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, ladies and gentlemen, members of ICOM Europe, ICOFOM, ICOM France, Louvre Abu Dhabi, France Muséums, and our esteemed colleagues here present. Thank you so much for organising this spectacular event. It's an honour for me to be here as current president of ICOFOM, and particular thanks goes to the organisers, but also in our case to Marion Bertin, here present, who has organised for our part with our friends. So welcome everybody. I'm not going to hold you here for too long because we need to get going. But just quickly to say that in the frame of this discussion on the creation of new museums in 2025, one of the things in ICOFOM that we're interested in, of course, is the best form of museum training that can take place in this complex landscape. And this is something that we'll be exploring in Dubai over the next few days in the frame of our symposium on imagining the next generation of museum professionals, bridging gaps, breaking barriers. So I will, without further ado, in collaboration with ICTOP and COMCOL. So thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. Merci, Karen. Nasir, who is president of ICOM UAE. Please take the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al khair. How nice to see all of you here this morning. Welcome to UAE, welcome to our beautiful capital, Abu Dhabi. I'm Nasr al-Darmaki, your host in this week in ICOM General Conference. So happy to meet all of you this morning. So welcome to United Arab Emirates and specifically to the cultural heart of our nation, Abu Dhabi. Distinguished representative from ICOM Europe, ICOFOM, ICOM France, France Museum, and Louvre Abu Dhabi. On behalf of ICOM UAE, we are honored to be part of this vital symposium 2025. What do museums born doing at the dawn of the second quarter of 21st century look like? We extend our deepest gratitude to all of you, our respected colleagues who have traveled to UAE and today to Abu Dhabi. Just before ICOM General Conference, your presence here showed your profound commitment to this focused pre-conference deep dive. This gathering serves as a essential preparation for ICOM General Conference 27th in Dubai, which ICOM UAE and Dubai Culture is proud to host. This intellectual groundbreak should take place in Abu Dhabi, the capital of UAE and global center of culture. We want to take a moment to thank our generous host, the magnificent Louvre Abu Dhabi. The director of Louvre Abu Dhabi, Mr. Manuel Rabat, and his team embody the very spirit of this universal museum we are here to discuss. Abu Dhabi, with its fabulous museum and institution, have rapidly established itself as a beacon of culture and museological ambition. We stand in a place where cultural vision has been transformed into reality. The core challenge is clear: to define the museum of 2025 and beyond. This is not theoretical and involves anticipating the demand of digital transformation, cultural exchange, and shifting social mandate. Museum must be dynamic platform for interaction, bridging history, art, and science with the rapidly approaching future. Following the innovative spirit of UAE, we at ICOM UAE view this as an collective vision setting. Our focus today is on defining the prototype of museum future, a museum that is agile and relevant to our modern world. We are honored to be joining esteemed speaker and global panelists who will be showcasing pioneering initiatives from around the world. We seek inspiration and crosses border. We particularly look forward to the insights from the dedicated roundtable discussion just after our session, and our sincere thanks goes to the dedicated organizer. And particularly, I want to thank Juliet Raoul Duval for coordinating and inviting us, ICOM UAE, to take a place in this fantastic gathering. Our region is important to represent and bring voices and fantastic project. And I'm so happy that also we will be having a paper from my country and my city and the museum that I belonged for almost 2 decades. So Manal Ataya will be showcasing some of the projects in Sharjah and in our region. So at least we will be having a fantastic papers from all the region from 5 continents today. So I'm really glad, I'm happy for that. So alongside the thanks, I thank especially ICOM Europe, ICOFOM, ICOM France, France Museum, and entire team here at the Louvre Abu Dhabi for the fantastic work in this beautiful building and fantastic collection, which I argue also to see and visit in the meanwhile during the break. Thank you once again for your commitment. ICOM UAE wish you a day of fruitful connection and powerful insight. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, and let's the conversation begin. Thank you so much for listening.
Dear Hervé Barbaret, now General Director of France Museums, please take the floor. Good morning to all of you. I am delighted to be speaking on behalf of France Museums, which is an institution that represents major museum establishments in France. We've contributed to the creation of the Louvre Abu Dhabi as well. I have a lot to say, but I will try to be brief. Thank you so much, Juliette. You really have been at the heart of the organization of the day today. Manuel Rabaté as well, thank you so much. And we have a long-standing relationship, and this is what allows us to be here in this exceptional museum today. As you have understood, the day today will be seeking to answer a complex question of what do museums born during the second quarter of the 21st century look like? But perhaps we need to answer another question first. What do the museums today from the first quarter of the 21st century look like? I would like to give you some good news. And you're in the most beautiful museum, one of the most beautiful museums of the first quarter of the 21st century. This really is an ideal museum of what a 21st century museum, at least in its first quarter, should look like. Why? Because it is a contextualized museum. Yes, it is a Louvre museum, but it is the fruit of ambition from the Emirates. And it was from our dear colleagues at UAE that wanted culture to be a symbol of the nation at the heart of what they do. There was expertise from over 250 years through the name of the Louvre, but it was never about copying a Western model. It was about upending the table almost. And this is what makes this museum unique, as it is the fruit of local context in the heart of the Arab Gulf. And the capacity of mobilizing expertise within France, carried by the name of the Louvre, but that goes far beyond that. So this contextual dimension is transcended by the fact that this museum really has tackled all of the major issues associated with the definition of what a museum is now. And we will be looking throughout today what the second quarter of the 21st century looks like. So post-colonial considerations, the de-hierarchization of culture as well, a relational component that really is overhauling what museums have been considered in the past. With this post-colonial reflection in Abu Dhabi, we can see this. For any of you who don't know this museum yet, it really is the ultimate ideal. It really is exceptional, quite special. And the third thing, we've recalled the museum definition, but a museum is also a place where visitors encounter works and collections. There's a sensory component in order to access truth and understanding of the world. And this makes the museum something exceptional. It's not a university where it's discourse presenting truth. It's not a library where it is writings providing truth. It's about a sensory relationship with works, which means that as museum professionals, we carry something very specific. It is visitors at the heart of our efforts, our ambitions. Manuel Rabaté reminded us of this. There are a lot of visitors, but these are international, national, very local visitors, drawing in communities as well. And I just thought that it was very worthwhile presenting this in the context of the 21st Century Museums. Thank you very much, Juliette. Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you to all of you Emily Girard, thank you for the translation. It is lovely to be able to be speaking French today. I hope that the translation is faithful to everything I've said. In any case, I wish a very fruitful day for us all and an excellent day. For those of you who do not know this museum, do take the time to discover this exceptional museum of the Louvre Abu Dhabi. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of the speakers in this first official opening session. These people are those who have allowed us to meet together today with this meeting in this exceptional venue, within an exceptional context as well, which is the day before the opening of the ICOM General Conference that brings together professionals across the world every 3 years and is being held in this region of the world for the very first time. Dear speakers, in the official opening session, we are now going to start with our key work. This morning and early afternoon, we will be presenting new museums that we have brought together today. During lunch, there will be a continuous video streaming within this room. So there will be the presentation of 4 other new museums, people that were not able to be here today. They created wonderful videos, and I do suggest that you take the time to watch them. And after the lunch session, we will have the ICOFOM session, Museology in 2025, with very important debate. So we're now going to ask Alexandre Chevalier, member of ICOM Europe, to start this panel discussion. Perhaps you can invite the different participants up to the stage. Dear colleagues, thank you so much. It is an honor to be able to start this first session with all of you. I am also going to address the Latin American colleagues that I can see here in the room. Good morning to you. I hope that you don't have too much jet lag.
I will just ask Manel Ataya, Lourdes Ramos, Joel Sari, and Anna Forcel to join me here on the floor and have a seat. I will just introduce the first part of the session. As Juliette said, a question has been sent to all museums across the world. I mean, not all museums, of course, but some of them. And we are currently receiving answers from these questionnaire. It was both to create some sort of a canvas and comparative canvas across museums and see how they deal, how they shape their operation, what their vision is for the future, but also to be able to compare these visions and these operations. So far, we don't have that many answers. So if you have been receiving such an email, please answer this email with data. That would be very interesting. But from the few answers we got from both Finland, the new Museum of Design and Architecture, also from the Museum of Natural History of Guadalajara, and we will listen to it, hear from it during the second session this morning. What strikes me is that apart from the different size and so on, and the different nature of the museum, is the funding scheme, which doesn't rely only on public funds, but try to spread definitely and ask for many different resources, whether foundation, private, corporation, and so on. And I think this is one important thing now. So that said, because I'm not a speaker and I'm not here for that, I will ask our first speaker, Manel Ataya, to take the floor. I would like to remember that it's 15 minutes max. After 12 minutes, I will shake this cardboard to tell you that you have 3 minutes remaining. Don't forget that the longer you speak, the less question you will have from the public, so that's important. We do have a session in the afternoon where those questions may be still asked. I think my colleague Elke Kellner will lead this discussion. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I also have my timer, so hopefully I'll be checking myself as well. So good morning, everyone. It is a true pleasure to be here today, so thank you to the Louvre, to everyone involved for having me here, and for those visiting the UAE for the first time, welcome. For me today, I think I'm happy to be speaking as the first speaker, because I really wanted to lay a kind of foundation for the understanding of the arts and cultural landscape in the UAE. For so many of you, you may have limited information or a lot. Some of you have visited this country and many of you have not. So I think it's very important to contextualize what you will be experiencing and seeing while you're here over the next few days, because it can be confusing, and I know some things will be known and many things will not. So what I'd like to do really is talk about a story of what really lies in this remarkable growth that we've actually seen over the past 30 years, especially in the development of museums and cultural institutions. I just realized I don't have that clicker for my slides. Is someone from tech here? Sorry. Can the technical team hear me? Oh, thank you. I'm hoping, is my presentation on this thing? Let's see. All right, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so this is what I'll be focusing on. So the layers of growth over the last 30 years. So growth has taken many forms. We have iconic architectural landmarks, world-class museums, to increasingly vibrant public programming and educational efforts. And while the buildings, as we know, are very impressive, what's just as important and even more so are the ideas that they house, the programs they provide, and the communities they serve. Today's audiences are more diverse, and they're more curious and more critical, and rightfully so. Cultural institutions need to evolve with them. Too often discussions about the UAE cultural scene, especially in the Gulf, focus on merely infrastructure and the buildings and the star architects and sometimes the high-profile collaborations. While these definitely have their place and they boost our global visibility, we do have to think about more meaningful and pressing questions, which is why has the UAE invested in culture this way? And what are we aiming to accomplish with this growth? And how are we making sure that this development benefits our communities while building global relevance? So to begin to answer these questions, we have to look back, and I think it's very important to remember where we started from. This is a picture of the Al Ain Palace Museum back in 1969, which was established a full 2 years before the actual nation's formation. So this alone speaks volumes about early commitment to cultural preservation. I'll skip over this part, but it is important to mention that, you know, even during this period, early period of the UAE, there was a much more personal and quieter side of this story of people collecting. These were mainly private collectors, people from the UAE who were collecting books and photographs and textiles, jewelry, different types of heirlooms. So there was a collecting practice in the UAE for a long time, and we now call them private museums in the UAE, and they are currently about 100 of them registered. So there's quite a lot of private museums around the UAE itself. And of course, alongside these more physical and tangible collections, it's very important to remember this whole other layer that is very important in our cultural heritage, which is the intangible. And that's the oral traditions and stories, poetry, music, and various traditional skills that have been passed down through generations. So when we discuss cultural development in the UAE, we must consider both the visible and the invisible. Museums and exhibitions, yes, but also memories, the individual custodians of heritage and intangible practices that continue to shape our sense of identity. As we go through this journey, I hope I can reflect on what, not only on what has been built, but also on why and what values support this development and what stories are we choosing to tell and for whom. So I don't want to get into a lot of statistics and too many dates, so I want to just focus on some of the key developments. There's a lot that won't be mentioned because of time, so we'll move quickly through it, but I'd like to, as I mentioned, start with the UAE establishing Al Ain Museum, and then later under his leadership of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Nahyan, there was a lot of focus on archaeology and ethnography. Later you will see in the 1980s, Sharjah opens its first fine arts society and some smaller museums. Dubai as well has a museum. Dubai Museum opens in the 80s as well. And oh, did I skip one? I think that's okay. Yes, so you have basically now in the 1990s and the early 2000s, this momentum that has been accelerated. And Sharjah was probably one of the first Emirates to really accelerate a lot in terms of museums in the mid to late 90s. So we currently have a number of museums. This one and the previous one you just saw was the Art Museum. These all opened, and some others, the Archaeology Museum, the Children's Discovery, the Science Museum, all opened in 1997, 1998. So they've been around for at least 2 decades now. So there has been quite a few institutions growing, and of course the Sharjah Museums Authority then later becomes established in the early 2000s, and it was created to professionalize and oversee this growing network of institutions. Of course, you have other entities within the UAE and other Emirates also coming together and being established, again, for either tourism, culture, and other related activities. This is an image of the Sharjah Art Foundation. These are some of the great examples of how Sharjah developed over time and started to focus on contemporary art. And this is also in the early 2000s. Sharjah Art Foundation was built or established after becoming a platform for the Sharjah Biennial, which maybe many of you have heard of. It's a global event now and is one that has really put the UAE on the map. Later, of course, around the different Emirates, this is the Art Museum again, and the Sharjah Biennial, you see a lovely development of engagement of young people and different audience development. So we also see now the commercial side happening as well at the same time. So in Dubai, Dubai is developing a more distinctive cultural scene. It's really centered also on contemporary art, creative industries, and some independent platforms. You have the art fairs, mainly the Art Dubai, and then later, actually the same year, I think as Art Abu Dhabi also was established. So these were 2 key business sort of related commercial sides of the arts. And this is very important. I'm bringing these all together because they all play a part in this growing ecosystem of the landscape of cultural development. So these both fairs were, again, early 2000s, and then you have the establishment of auction houses coming in, one earlier, one a couple years later, and these become part of an artistic sort of expression and experimentation with galleries that started to come to the UAE and open up in the 2000s. And so these developments, they were not isolated. They've all been part of an interconnected ecosystem of public, private, nonprofit, and grassroots initiatives, each with a specific role. Some have focused on heritage, some have focused on contemporary practices, and some are government-led. Others are, community-driven or patron-driven. This is where I think it's very important to talk about non-governmental initiatives. So you start to have foundations opening by patrons. Very quickly, Barjeel Art Foundation, you have Circal Avenue, and you also have the Jamil Arts Center. Sorry, the text is at the bottom like that. But it shows you how these different foundations would be started to open up over that period of that decade, also fueling this sort of infrastructural concentration on culture and arts. So what are some of the driving forces? Very briefly, we have a growing awareness of culture's role in education. We have a national effort to preserve both tangible and intangible heritage. The third is really looking at community engagement. As our community grows and becomes more and more diverse, there becomes a greater understanding to promote innovation and creative economy. And finally, there's a very important aspect of culture as a tool, of course, for soft power and cultural diplomacy. And I should mention also the role of economic diversification. So globally, museums serve multiple roles. You know, they anchor communities, they shape urban identity, they stimulate economic growth and support lifelong learning. And the UAE has adopted this model, tailoring it to its own context as it matures, investing in both infrastructure and meaning. Of course, very briefly, I'll mention, you know, many universities have opened in the last decade and previously, all focusing on bachelor's and master's degrees in the fine arts and in curatorial studies, heritage studies. So this is also a big part of what we talked, or someone mentioned earlier, capacity building and investing in human capital here in the region and in the country itself. These are just examples of some of the later museums that have opened in the last 7-10 years. Of course, we're so excited for the National Museum to open next month. I'm literally can't think how excited I am about it. I can't sleep sometimes thinking about seeing this come to fruition after all these years. It's so exciting for us being part of this nation to see this national museum being built and what it will say about where we are and where we have come. Of course, Guggenheim, we should mention, is also in the works and is looking really good from the progress I just saw driving in today. And then this is just to remind us about sort of why we're doing all of this. You know, we really, in the UAE, the people-centered shift has been very evident. You know, the Museums Authority in Sharjah, for example, we've built a huge portfolio of educational initiatives and accessibility programs. Many of the other museums, including the Louvre, have done the same, and this is very integral to transforming our cultural spaces into places for gathering, community centers, and as unique venues for learning and reflection. So looking ahead, well, these are just some images of lovely family events that have become, as you can see, very busy and very well attended. And congratulations on your 1.4 million visitors. So what is some of the things looking ahead for future of cultural institutions? I just wanted to mention before I conclude, here's one initiative that's been announced recently. It's the new Sharjah Creative Quarter, which I'm working on as well. This will be set to be completed in a few years, and it's really a place to house creatives in different areas and to really work on or focus on, let's say, researchers, designers, and cultural professionals to really innovate, collaborate, and contribute to this scene. So every institution in the UAE is at a different stage in this journey, and we're all learning, and together we're creating this really wonderful, diverse tapestry of cultural production and innovation. So again, I just wanted to remind you all that all this infrastructure that you see is not just decorative. It really is, it is iconic in many ways for sure, but it is strategic, it is thoughtful, and it is intentional in prioritizing education, fostering dialogue, building national pride, and bridging cultural divides between communities and nations. And I wanted to end on the beautiful Al Ain Museum, which you saw the previous picture of at the first slide. It is a huge, proud moment that this museum was reopened about 2 weeks ago. So if you're here, hopefully you'll be able to visit it. This museum went through a few years of refurbishment, a major refurbishment project, and new discoveries even under the building itself, archaeological discoveries, which was fascinating. But it shows you, you know, how we've come full circle after more than 50 years. And this is, to me, such a beautiful moment to remember where our roots are and where we're going in terms of where we started and where we are right now. So I just hope that we continue as museums to inspire conversations, to bring that awe and that joy into the lives of the people that we hope to touch, and that we create value together for future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame Ataya, pour ce panorama des différents musées qui ont réouvert et qui vont ouvrir bientôt dans les Émirats arabes unis. Je ne sais pas si on a le temps de 3 minutes pour les questions. Oui, y a-t-il des questions? Is there any questions? Or maybe after the first round, we may just engage the conversation. So, and I'm sorry not to introduce you properly before. You all have the biographies and some description of the role of every speaker. So I will ask now Lourdes Ramos to join me here on the stage, here at the microphone. She is President and CEO of the Museum of Latin American Art in Long Beach, California. Please.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Juliet, for the invitation, and thank you to everybody that made this Congress possible. It is a pleasure to share with you a reflection on the evolving identity of museums in our time. Institutions born not only to preserve the past, but to reimagine the future. The Museum of Latin American Art is a visionary 21st century museum leading in the exhibition, research, preservation, and education. Of modern and contemporary Latino and Latin American art. Located in Long Beach, Los Angeles, California, MOLA is the only museum in the United States fully dedicated to this mission and accredited by the American Alliance of Museums in the United States. We represent artists from 24 countries across the Americas and the Caribbean, reflecting the extraordinary diversity and richness of Latin American and Latino creativity. We are a non-profit organization with an annual budget approximately of $7 million. A 501(b) means a non-profit institution, and our commitment goes beyond displayed art. It is about fostering dialogue and representation and sense of belonging. In recent years, MOLA has entered a remarkable period of transformation, a renewed driving by expanding cultural representation, greater inclusivity, and the deepened connection with our communities. This evolution has been shaped by the shifting social and political climate, the strain of our financial foundations, and the growing expansion that museums not only exhibit art, but act as a relevant participatory space for learning and exchange. These changes have inspired and forthcoming architectural expansion project, a project that will soon redefine how MOLA connects with the world. Allow me to invite you to reimagine MOLA legacy in emotion.
Welcome to the Museum of Latin American Art, where art culture, and innovation ignite. We boldly advanced our mission while preserving a legacy for future generations, breaking geographical barriers through global collaborations. In the heart of Venecia, MOLA made history with the Endless Spiral by Betsabe Romero, captivating audiences at the 60th International Art Exhibition, La Biennale di Venezia. However, innovation doesn't stop at exhibitions. MOLA was awarded an IMLS grant, allowing us to digitize our collection. Through digitization, we're opening doors to new research, education, and global connections. We're grateful for the incredible support we've received from those who have walked through our doors and from those who have connected with us virtually. But the MOLA you know and love is only the beginning. Together, we are set to reimagine MOLA.
Today, MOLA begins a transformative experience. With the vision of 10 arquitectos, led by architect Enrique Norton, MOLA will become an avant-garde space. This space will reflect and project the power of art as a bridge of intercultural understanding and global encounter. More than a building, it will be a global center for cultural dissemination, where sustainability will play a leading role. It will be a place where open and closed spaces intertwine, creating unique aesthetic experiences for multiple audiences. With this impressive expansion project, MOLA will be able to increase exhibition spaces, expand its permanent collection and make it accessible to the public, house and provide access to international works of art and collections in a completely innovative storage space, strengthen our educational programs, improve and expand community programs and services, increase local and international alliances, and contribute to global cultural dialogue. MOLA will be the meeting place for artists, researchers, collectors, curators, scholars, students, and the public interested in learning about the vibrant, profound, and sophisticated nature of Latin American and Latino art. It will be a fundamental pillar in the heart of Southern California and the cultural ecosystem of Los Angeles, the creative capital of the world. We invite you to reimagine MOLA.
At MOLA, our legacy in motion fuels everything we do, because museums are far more than a repository of objects. They are a dynamic institution that generate educational value, cultural significance, community engagement, and economy impact. Their practices are increasingly innovative, embracing technology, ethics, collaboration, and strategy planning to meet the needs of the globalized and diverse society. Museums have become places where culture and civic life intersect, space that educate, inspire, and sometimes challenge us to reconsider the world we live in. Looking ahead, the question is not just how museums can adapt to change, but how they can lead. At MOLA, we see the Museum of the Future as a living ecosystem, sustainable, inclusive, technological, agile, and deeply connected to his community. One defining characteristic will be sustainability. Future museum must be operated responsibly, integrating LED certificate practice from green design and energy efficiency to resilient collections planning. Responsible practice will be essential for institution survival. Accessibility will shape the museum experience, embracing physical, sensory, and connectivity inclusivity. Digital tools and multilingual content extend reach, making accessibility a guiding philosophy, not just a feature. Collections will be increasingly be seen as a living resource, not static archive, but platform for research, education, and creativity. We will see more cross-institutional collaborations, digital remix, and interactive archive. As AI generate and synthetic work emerge, museums will need new policies and reproduction rights. Decolonization will be reshaped curatorial practice, centering marginalized voices, ethical provenance, and community collaboration to foster transparent and inclusive storytelling. In the imminent future, museums will serve more and more as a civic hubs, welcoming space for community events, co-create exhibitions, and the participatory engagement where art and life intersect. Interdisciplinarity will also redefine the museum of the future. The museum will be embrace interdisciplinarity, merging art, science, and technology in an immersed multisensory experience that demand flexible space and innovative conservations. Financially, sustainability will demand reinvention, with museums liberating diversified revenue streams and collaborative network, strategic partnership, and innovative business models will be essential to growth and impact. We are already witnessing the rise of hybrid engagements. Museums will be combined in-person visit with digital layers through augmented and virtual reality, immersive projections, and online collections. This evolution requires investment not only in technology, but in the user experience design and cloud-based infrastructure, ensure the digital access is enriching the physical visit. In today's climate, transparency is essential. Ethical acquisitions, clear provenance, and open governance ensure public trust and uphold museums as accountable, credible cultural institutions. The digital age also opens new opportunities. All will allow museums to tailor experience, offer customized tours, and respond in a real time to individual interests. But ethical data practice and privacy protections must remain central to the main trust. Like many cultural institutions, MOLA must navigate this transformation within the landscape of constant change. Stability depends on understanding the managing vulnerability that affect our operations and long-term visions. Our key challenges include funding and financial stability, achieved in the economy of philanthropic priorities, can directly impact our capacity to grow. We must also respond to the political and social climate in the United States, recognizing how perception of Latinos and Latin American culture shape, support, and engage the cultural dialogue. Representation and inclusivity remains ongoing responsibility. It is essential that our narrative reflect the diversity of the communities we serve, with authenticity and care. Equally important is community engagement. Strong reciprocal relations with local and global audience are the backbone of and relevance. And finally, operational resilience ensures we can adapt to digital transformation, health and safety demand of the security challenge of our time in our country. To meet this challenge, proactively strategies are key. Diversify funding resources, depending community partnership, and advocating for cultural inclusivity at every level. By reimagining flexible, transparent, and forward thinking, MOLA can continue to thrive and serve as a model for institutions navigating the new quarter of the century. In closing, the Museum of the Future is not an abstract idea. It is taking shape and taking shape now through every effort to connect, include, and innovate it. At MOLA, we believe that the future of museum lies not in their walls, but in their will. The will to evolve, to represent, and to imagine. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Ramos, for this very interesting highlight on the new MOLA Museum to come. I would like now to call Zsolt Szary, Chair of ICOM Hungary, but also Deputy Director of the Open Air Museum of Skansen in Hungary.
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. In my presentation, I will talk about Hungary's two most significant ethnographic collections, the Museum of Ethnography in Budapest and the Hungarian Open Air Museum, which is located 20 kilometers from Budapest. The first is a classic ethnographic museum with a 150-year-old Hungarian and international collection, and the second is a 60-year-old open air museum. In recent years, parallel to emergence of the new ICOM definition, both institutions have undergone major changes and significant developments, which have also been reflected in the new buildings. The decolonization debate in the museums is the discourse of the transformation of museum collection, institutional structures, and power narratives, which seeks to eliminate the effects of the colonial past. The key issues in the debate include the possible methods of restitution, the questioning of the wide infrastructure of institutions, and rethinking of the social and cultural shaping role of museums. On the other hand, it is also important to highlight the problems of ethnographic museum based on a national culture, as collections traditionally presenting peasant culture have had to face the disappearance of the social stratum that their objects represent. The debate also questions the social responsibility of the museums, how they are able to present cultural diversity and different narratives, and what role they play in shaping society. From a museological point of view, in some cases, traditional ethnographic models have been replaced or supplemented with new approaches, such as integration with modern art, the foregrounding of the contemporary themes such as globalization, migration, and multiculturalism, interdisciplinary and multi-perspective approaches, a meta-historical approach, or the development of collaborative museum practices. In the first decade of the 2000s, specific discourses related to this began in Hungary as well, leading to the transformation of the two most significant ethnographical collections. My first example is the Museum of Ethnography in Budapest, which was founded in 1872 and gained formal independence in 1947, when it separated from the National Museum and became an independent institution with national jurisdiction. In 2022, for the first time in its 150-year history, it moved its own building, designed specially for it. There were heated debates about the location of the museum's new building, which was part of a large-scale cultural project that envisioned several museums and institutions in Budapest City Park, including the new National Gallery, the House of Music, and the Museum of Ethnography. In addition to nearly 225,000 ethnographic objects, its collection includes unique photographs, manuscripts, photos, folk music, and film recordings. During the several years of preparation for the move, the museum's entire collection was catalogued and digitalized. The museum defines itself as a social museum. Its research reflects response to the issues of contemporary society and makes its programs accessible to all audiences. Visitor participation, democratic operation, and horizontal decision-making are among the fundamental principles of the institution. The museum operates as an open knowledge circle where visitors are also active knowledge producers. The museum's new permanent exhibition was opened in last year. The collection exhibition presents new forms of object-based knowledge transfer, where interactive tools, animations, digital solutions, and child-friendly narratives make complex content accessible. The exhibition draws on the institution's collection to reflect on and encourage reflection on the knowledge preserved by the museum's Hungarian and international objects through unique stories. Divided into 8 themes, the exhibition reveals historically changing perspectives, telling not just one story, but allowing visitors to discover Hungarian traditions and the cultures of other peoples through a number of themes. The exhibition focuses on the life of artworks in the collection, the field world of experts, the history of the museum, the games of folk art and their impact, while also giving visitors an insight into the relationship between art and ethnography, prehistoric research, and concept of heritage. The National Museum Restoration and Storage Center complex was built as part of this major project. It provides outstanding professional condition and technical facilities for the preservation of a total of nearly 350,000 artworks from the Museum of Ethnography, the Museum of Fine Arts, and the Hungarian National Gallery. Another part of the project is the creation of the House of Music, a building designed by the Japanese architect So Fujimoto that incorporates modern and ecosystem-friendly architectural solutions. The House of Music is a creative venue, interactive music exhibition spaces, the Sound Dome, the Creative Sound Space, studios, multimedia library, a musical playground, and various performance halls. Its mission is to preserve and present Hungarian foreign folk music, traditional and popular music, and last but not least, classical music. The second major part of my presentation consists of the brief introduction to the new building complex of the Hungarian Open-Air Museum. The museum is Hungary's central open-air museum with a significant ethnographic collection of more than 300 original buildings, most of which have been relocated, and a smaller number of authentic replicas and reconstructions. In 2022, we handed over the so-called Transylvania building complex. The geographical region itself has raised many questions. How can we present in a museum an era that has been outside Hungary for more than 100 years, but where more than 1 million Hungarians still live in the region in minority status? How can differences in the political borders and cultural boundaries affect the museum representation of the area? The aim of the Transylvania exhibition was to show the lifestyle, life situation, and life strategies of Hungarian minority communities and the nationalities living with them from the turn of the 19th and the 20th centuries to the present day. This time interval of more than 100 years also allows us to present cultural phenomena and changes in a processual way, using a variety of interpretative tools, including thematic exhibition, living history programs, or even interactive elements, with a great care of the details, the periods, and the changes that have taken place over the course of them. An element of the exhibition that aids immersion is so-called the Gate of Transylvania, a bold, iconic object building whose primary function is arrival, reception, and placement within the space. The building and its contents create a kind of emotional and atmospheric attunement, which we achieved in the spacious room with the projection that utilises every wall and even the floor. Visitors are enveloped by a contemporary Transylvanian landscape dotted with the traditional elements, while a 15-minute film tells subjective stories and conveys feelings. The exhibition units showcase the multicultural diversity of Transylvania, where Hungarian, Romanian, Saxon, Armenian, Gypsy, and Jewish culture and different denominations live together in harmony. No single trait can be singled out. Rather, the exhibition emphasizes dialogue and interaction, and we involved local communities in its creation. We have used design thinking methodology in the preparation of the exhibition. Design thinking focuses on the user and their needs. However, design thinking is not only an agile tool, but also a way of thinking. Design thinking, a new, innovative, solution-oriented, and creative approach. It is characterized by approaching problems from a new perspective and offering solutions. In exhibition design, this means putting the visitor at the center. Designing exhibitions with attention to the needs and target group of visitors. Today, when the social inequalities are increasingly present, cultural inequality is another phenomenon, and in this situation, the museum can be not only a tool for its resolution, but also a space that can facilitate reflective critical thinking. The living history game is based on authentic family stories linked to the buildings, which complements other forms of interpretation, not only conveying knowledge, but also having an emotional impact and often involving visitors in the story. The Open Air Museum has developed, parallel this project, an alternative restitution method based on its new paradigm. As a museum that traditionally collects Hungarian rural heritage, most of its cultural assets are linked to the villages. During the program, it digitally returns items preserved in its collection to their source communities. We consider the development of the social responsibility program to be a priority. An important pillar of this is the involvement of people living with dementia in the museum. The museum is at the forefront on involving elderly people with dementia. Special programs are being developed to improve the everyday life experience of the people with dementia. These museum programs are based on their own collection, and the environment created by their exhibition supports and helps to improve the memory of people with dementia. All the senses are involved in recalling memories aided by the buildings, interiors, tastes, smells, and sounds, which provide positive stimulation. Another important element of the museum's mission is to define the museum as a safe place. We need a place where everyone can start with a clean slate, which is why we have created programs for homeless people and prisoners that help participants increase their self-esteem and self-confidence. The museums change as much as the world around us, and also museums are slow-moving genre. We know that since the COVID epidemic, we are capable of formulating immediate responses. We can see that the society surrounding museums, the different communities, whether local, segregated by interest, or whatever minority, increasingly want to make their voices heard in the museums, to be interpreters of their own cultural heritage. For me, a good museum is one that does not give an answer, but rather ask questions and help us find answers. The basis for this is to be constantly engaged with your collection and the knowledge it contains. A good museum is a democratic space where pluralism is present, where it does not try to impose a dominant narrative, but allows for a debate, dialogue, discourse, and collective thinking. However, it does not compromise its credibility, its scientific rigor, its reflection on the present, and its orientation towards the future. I believe that the museum is community space in which communities meet themselves through the collection, and its interpretation help to process social or historical traumas and are promoters of well-being. It is important to feel comfortable in a museum, to feel at home rather than alienated, which is welcoming rather than intimidating. I trust that we in Santander are on the same path. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zsolt, for this panorama. Yeah, please, Anna Forssell, our last speaker for the this first part of the morning. She's head of the exhibition and events at the National Museum of Finland in Helsinki, I guess. Yes, okay.
Dear friends and colleagues, I'm very glad that I'm here with you and have a chance to share you some sights from a project that marks the largest transformation in the history of the National Museum of Finland, and at the same time our journey toward the future. For more than a century, our museum has been a mirror of our nation. Opened just before Finland gained independence in 1910, it has been a place where the past and the present meet, where we have asked ourselves who are we and where we are coming from. Today, the same question takes on a whole new meaning. Right now, the National Museum is undergoing a profound transformation. In the heart of Helsinki, a new modern annex is rising next to our historical main building. This new extension will add nearly 6,000 square meters of space, including 1,100 square meters for exhibitions and events. It will allow us to produce large-scale exhibitions and to welcome touring exhibitions from around the world. The new building will be completed in the summer of 26, the renovation of the historical part in the autumn of the same year, and museum will reopen in the spring of 27. The project is fully funded by the Finnish state, but when the museum reopens, around half of our revenue will come from our own operations, from visitors, events, and services. Sustainability has guided the entire project. The building's designed lifespan is 200 years, and its carbon footprint has been reduced by 25% compared to conventional construction through smart design and energy system. But it's not only a construction project, it's a transformation of mindset. The new National will be a place where the past and the future are in dialogue. We hope that it will be a world-class attraction and a shared space for the community. The National Museum of Finland holds a unique position in our country. It's not only a museum, it's also a mirror and a meeting place, a space where identity is built and negotiated. When it was founded more than 100 years ago, its mission was to tell the story of Finland, to help a young nation understand itself. Now in the 21st century, the world has changed, and with it the meaning of the word national. We live in a diverse and interconnected society. The idea of belonging is broader and more complex than ever before. That is why we have asked ourselves, what does a national museum mean in a multicultural and constantly changing world? Our answer is this. It means openness, inclusion, and dialogue. Cultural heritage remains the foundation of identity, but it's not static. It's alive, evolving, and shared. Our role is to safeguard, but also to interpret, question, and reimagine. The current global and political climate reminds us how important it is to understand our past, to build resilience and a sense of continuity in times of uncertainty. Our collections, around 500,000 objects in total, tell stories of everyday life and extraordinary moments of belief and creativity, of survival and hope. Our museum is museum experience that is sensory, emotional, and intellectual stimulating. A museum where the visitor is not a passive observer, but an active participant in a shared cultural dialogue. That is something that needs to be done together. Surrounding the museum is a rich network of creative industries, like filmmakers, theater professionals, musicians, visual artists, game developers, with whom we co-curate, co-create, and co-imagine new experiences. At the same time, we collaborate with communities, minorities, and NGOs to advance cultural and social sustainability. And also, and naturally, scientific networks are really important. That is how we see the Museum of the Future, as a platform for shared authorship, empathy, and exchange. Through our initiative, the New National, we have also mapped the changing skills needs for the museum field. Alongside traditional disciplines like archaeology, ethnology, history, and art history, we now emphasize expertise in customer experience, technology, digital storytelling, sustainability, production management, and business development. We have recruited persons for all these working positions in the past few years, and now we are very prepared for the future museum field's challenges and possibilities. We have now a good balance between traditional museum expertise and new museum job roles. Our staff is highly multidisciplinary, and continuous learning is part of our working culture. Each staff member is encouraged to evolve own expertise and has a personal annual budget for training courses and networking. We also organize regular in-house training events and courses for the whole staff. The National Museum operates actually 10 museum sites across Finland with a permanent staff of about 90 in winter time and around 150 during the summer season. We have also listened carefully to our audiences. In 22 and 23, we collected a massive amount of feedback from visitors asking what kind of national museum they wish to see in the future. 3 themes stood out very clearly. 1, interactivity and technology, a desire for immersive, participatory, and personalized museum experiences. 2, inclusion and diversity, a museum that represents everyone, that is open, tolerant, and multi-voiced. And 3, Finnish history and culture, an interest in seeing the richness and diversity of Finland's cultural past and present. And equally, visitors told us what they don't want: outdated, static displays, narrow, exclusive perspectives, and spaces that are not accessible to all. We have taken these messages seriously, and the New National will respond to them with not with promises, but with practice. So, our vision is that when the National Museum reopens in the spring of 27, it will no longer be just a museum. It will be a space of experience and of belonging, not just an architecture or exhibitions. A sounding board for the culture that always has and will change. A place between individual and communities, between Finland and the world. And it is about understanding that national can also be universal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all the speakers for keeping the time. That's very impressive. Are there any questions? Because I think we can take 5 minutes before the second part of the morning. If there are any questions from the public. Don't see any. Oh, yes. And there is a second question. Bruno, I don't know if there is a microphone in the public. Well, but there is the translation, so we need the microphone. Bruno, and then please yourself. On inverse la priorité, ça sera après, désolé.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I have a question for Manal. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So what I understood from what you presented is that there was a real focus on architecture and the whole construction of what a museum is. I would have liked to see some emblematic collections. I wanted to know why in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in the UAE more generally, why there is this focus on the architecture of museums. And I would like to know what the role of collections are. I would also like to thank Hannah from Finland for the presentation, for the restitution of one of their collections, which was restituted to my country, Benin, a few months ago. So thank you for that.
Hello? Yes. Okay, great. You can hear me. Thank you for the question. I think I understood what you said, so I was just double checking. What I wanted to mention in my presentation was more, was I think inspired by the fact that I have many friends who visit the UAE, and when they come here, for example, they almost always ask about the Future Museum in Dubai. They know it as an iconic building. They see it in a lot of, tourism and promotional ads, for example. And often when I tell them, yes, visit the Future Museum, but we have like another 45 museums in the UAE, people are quite shocked to hear about that. And not so much even surprised about the number of museums that we have, but also how long we've had them here for. Again, there's been a lot of emphasis on, museum boom, even for the whole region. The GCC has always talked about, in the last 10 years, the GCC is focusing on culture and it didn't have culture before. I'm sure you're aware of how sometimes the media can really put out a lot of misinformation and a lot of biased information about what is going on in this region. So I think it's very important to emphasize that not only is this not true, but we don't just focus on big architectural buildings. This is a fabulous architectural building, but it also has a fabulous collection. It also has fabulous people working here. It also has fabulous programs and initiatives, and it's working in so many different areas to develop its programming to become relevant to its community and different communities. So I think to sometimes, how should I put it, like sort of minimize what we're doing to just infrastructure, I think is what I find dangerous, and I like to remind people it's not just about that. There's so much more of these layers that are behind the scenes, but also those that are just not known. People don't tend to write about that in the international media. So I hope that while you're all here, this is your opportunity to really see it for yourself, to speak to people like myself and other staff members and colleagues who are doing amazing and tremendous work, and really even above and beyond what you can imagine. We have really been pioneering major initiatives, like for example in Sharjah 15 years ago we were working with autism community, people with disabilities, looking at access, looking at how we can work with marginalized groups. I mean, research, scholarship, training. I mean, we were doing this for 20 years now. It may not seem like a long time for some other countries here, but if you're only 53 years old, I think that's pretty good. I think we're working hard to keep building, but also building, what I mean, people, not just buildings, right? Building that really important infrastructure of knowledge sharing, and being able to work with other people and have these international partnerships where there's mutual benefit, not just one person bringing something here or we bringing something there, but it's a co-creative or co-creation, a co-partnership, and that's always been something part of the ethos of where I work, and I also see that in other institutions here too. So very proud of that. So I hope you get to see a lot of what we have to offer here. Thank you for your question. I hope that answered it.
Yeah,
there was Bruno, and oh, you have the microphone, so, well, sorry.
There you are, Manuel. Would you like mine?
Hello. To the credit of what you managed to do, Manal, which is in less than 15 minutes to show the full diversity of the UAE, I think don't be fooled by the fact that it is a presentation. So, of course, we see the buildings more than the collection, but each of these buildings have real collection. That's why we are so insisting that you need to take a little bit of time to go to the places and to visit. Just in one example of the many that you brought, the one that I forgot, and I felt bad when but thanks for correcting that. The Align Museum, which opened a few weeks ago, and thanks for, you managed to get 2 pictures, what it was in 1969, which means a huge commitment from this, before the creation of the UAE as a country, because the country was born in 71, so the Align Museum is 69. So you see this first image of this building that when I came first to the UAE, I saw as it was in your first picture to what it was 2 weeks ago, incredible. So of course, it's more speaking to show the building and you can understand what has been accomplished, but go inside it, because what is beautiful is not only the collection, but the relationship to the heritage. They discovered while they were working on the building itself, Falaj, so this old irrigation system, some more than 1,000 years ago, and they built the architecture around it. So you have the collection, but you also have the heritage as part of what is shown through the architecture. And this, we could, you could have spoken for hours, Manal, I know, but you chose to to guide us through everything. And I think to give justice to what's happening here, it's good that you really go and see today and in all the days. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a question here. No? Okay, if you want. Any other question? Yes.
Yeah, there's one there. I actually think the fact that the room is so cold is making people unable to think of any questions. I'm literally freezing.
Most of them may arrive this night.
We warm up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it is a little chilly. Thank you so much to all the panelists. They were all very, very thought-provoking for me. And I actually have a question specifically for la señora Ramos. Perdón que se me olvidó su nombre. I am wondering, and it's a question for all of you, but I think that in this case, I'm particularly interested in hearing your response, and I also don't want to put anybody else in any problems, whereas I think she's far away from her country at this moment in time. I'm wondering about politics and the political landscape, and how the political landscape can affect the activity of the museum. And definitely in the case of the UAE, but I wouldn't want to put any kind of uncomfortable questions forth at this moment in time in relation to developing critical thinking in a certain society. But in the case of the United States and what's going on right now, and especially what's going on to the Latino community, I was wondering if you have found in your years, in the years that you've been working at MOLA, and now specifically in the past few months, if it has become a space for healing for the community of Latin Americans who are under a lot of stress and pressure right now. American citizens who just happen to be a little more brown are now being targeted, and things like that. Has the museum become a space for healing or for coming together in that way? And do you feel that, and this can go to all of you, is that the role of museums in the future as well?
Hello. Okay. It's definitely a very challenging time. Persecution for Latinos is there by the actual administration, and the museum take a special role in terms of healing, but also in terms of activism. Because obviously we are there, is part of the core of the mission of the museum, be there for our community, And in the case of Long Beach and LA, almost 30% of the population is Latina. So we are a border. We are in between the frontiers of Tijuana and San Diego, just 2 hours away. So we receive the direct impact of that, and what we see is not financial struggle, a lot of sponsors, a lot of persecution of the community, for example, and then also, for example, the Day of the Dead, that is, in this Latino community, almost 60% are Mexican. So that means that the Day of the Dead, who is the main celebration in Mexico, is in the core, in the heart of the community. So the city of Long Beach canceled the Day of the Dead this year because ICE, they've been arresting a lot of immigrants in the area. So we as a museum perform the Day of the Dead with all the security that we can put in place, because we are a not-profit, we are not a public institution, we are allowed to perform, and was a huge challenge, but also an immense success in terms of the bonding with our community, be there for them, and it's something that really make the sense for us. We are there for them and they know it, so it's very strong right now, the sense of healing and the sense of social responsibility is in the skin of every employee at the institution. But it's not easy for nobody in the museum field. You have the Smithsonian, for example, is right now, the government is closed. United States government is closed, so the Smithsonian is closed, with the exception of the different departments that have a certain seed money from foundations. So, and then, for example, in terms of money at federal level for the project that I just presented a few minutes ago, they are not allowed to give money to museums because by law, they made the determination by policy that no museums around the nation should have any kind of discretionary funds from the different commissioners that represent every county or every state in the United States. So it's not an easy moment right now for nobody in the museums field. A lot of museums professionals are without payment right now, as they work in the public sector. Especially the Smithsonian have a huge, huge impact. Yeah.
Thank you. Before ending out the timekeeping role to my colleague, just a short question to you, Ms. Ramos, about the timeline of the new project. The timeline of the renovation of the MOLA project, because I'm not quite sure you mentioned it.
Well, we start, yeah, we have the first $10 million. This is $75 million project. We have the first $10 million from the state of California. The set of mind of California politicians, this is not a public project, but we obviously need the support of the public sector for something like that. And as you know, many museums in the United States have the mentality is not dependent of the government side. It's more about the private sector. So the main set of mind right now, start the project in 3 years from now and be ready in 5 years from now. That's the time frame.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Could I make a comment? Sure. Just because you said to the whole panel. I just wanted to say that what Lourdes was talking about is something that I think everyone in the museum community completely is in solidarity and feels very strongly about the importance of keeping museums as spaces where we are not rewriting and revisiting history, where we're not adding to the polarization that's happening around the world, but particularly with the new U.S. administration. I mean, what's happened there is just absolutely tragic, And the fact that there's been such intentional censorship of the histories of many minority groups, whether it's Asian Americans, African Americans, it's the fact that this, you know, it's shocking to me. You know, we've always looked at the US as such a great example in so many ways, but it's just proving that, you know, these things can happen at any moment. So we have to always be aware of what is happening, the ripple effects it can have, and that we need to keep ourselves always focused on the important goal of dialogue, of inclusion, of diversity. I think no one works in the museum field who doesn't truly believe in those values. This is integral to what we do. So when people start to come involved in politics in that level, politicians get involved in what you show, what books you read. I mean, this is problematic. So many of us have moved and progressed in that way, and then to see this sort of, you know, going backwards is concerning. So I think we use that example of what we need to focus on and what we need to avoid, and how we have to work on coexistence and tolerance and all kinds of aspects that the UAE's foreign policy is all about. And we are still committed to all of those goals we've had for many years. And we hope that you all support this project and fight against this kind of hatred and bigotry and bias. It's awful, and it's something I think we all feel, regardless of how closely it affects us in our own countries, but it's something that we think about all the time. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Thank you all, and I'm handing out now the microphone and timekeeping role to Lana Caraya.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again. It was a first wonderful session, and we will continue in this part. We have seen how museums are redefining their roles in Europe and in regional dimension. In this part, we will widen our lens to explore new museums emerging across West Asia, the Americas, Africa, and beyond, to discover how new museums are shaping not only their collections and buildings, but also their identities, social purposes, and relationships with their communities. So, in the first speaker is Dr. Stefanie Rosenthal. She's the director of the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi project. You all have the bios, and I won't lose the time to read the bios. And Dr. Stefanie, the floor is yours. Thank you. No, this one is not working. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately. Yeah, and
thank you very much. I'm going to handle all my papers, I think. Well, thank you for having me here, to all the distinguished ICOM members, but also to Manuel, obviously, to welcoming me on your stage, and to Nasir, who has so much to do in bringing this whole ICOM here to the UAE. And I've only moved here 3.5 years ago, so I'm always excited if people come new to us and see what's happening here. And so I'm very curious, before I start, to hear who has been in the UAE before from you. Can you maybe? Very good. So it's not all newcomers, and most of you have probably been in the Abu Dhabi, if you have been in the UAE. So who is there now? So I will walk you a bit through what is happening in the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi. I won't give a big introduction into the collections or the commission projects or all the engagement projects we're doing, because we're about to do that very soon, and I don't want to kind of go ahead of that start. So this is always a joy for me to share a bit the thinking also behind. A thinking which has really started in 2007, when the first conversations between the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi and or the Guggenheim, the SRGF Foundation, and the government has joined in some of these very kind of, I always felt when I started this, specificity and the characteristic of our museum is really that it is a long-term collaboration between the Department of Culture and Tourism in Abu Dhabi and the Salomon Air Guggenheim Foundation. So it is a true partnership, and I have many amazing Emirati colleagues who work with us since these nearly 20 years now to build this museum and the collection. And so I always want to mention that, as I said, I started 3.5 years ago. So there is a long legacy of amazing people who have been part of building this institution. And you see, this is just the kind of giving, because I will mention a bit the kind of archipelagos and how Abu Dhabi looks, and you know what is our context where we are. And this is just a few inside renderings of our museum, which is conceived and created by Frank Gehry. And I mean, I've been happy that I've been part of so many fantastic people who talk about future projects. So I don't know how many of you have seen so many different renderings and seeing artificial people walking through non-existing spaces. And so a lot of what we do is really, we say, is speculating and thinking and dreaming how we're going to fill these amazing halls. And this is really, I think, an amazing opportunity for the team to rethink what institutions can be. I mean, lots of us have worked for decades in an institution where we think about how do we change the institution we're in? How can we make it what we call future-proofed? And the institution we're building here is basically now the possibility, and therefore also obviously a huge pressure on all of us to try to, what is it, all the things we wanted to do different, we couldn't do different because we were in structures which were so embedded in larger either governmental entities or very often just embedded in a certain thinking in people who have worked maybe in institutions for decades, and it was hard to kind of challenge. Or the other way around, you come new in and you want to change everything, and people think, but why is she or he want to change everything? It's actually working fine. So a lot of that we're doing for this building here, which is really and so a lot of what we do in I think a lot of the speakers have said is thinking about the context, and we've heard so beautifully about the context of the UAE, but here it's really also the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi sees this part of the world, West Asia, North Africa, and South Asia as our focus. But obviously we are part of the Saadiyat Cultural District, but we're also part of the Guggenheim constellations. And here you see, and I just do that because I know some of you, like me very often, you'd probably just flown in and you kind of end up in this beautiful building from Jean Nouvel in a dark room, and you wonder, well, what is actually the Saadiyat Cultural District, and what is everyone talking about? So here you see it, you see the round shell, we sometimes call it, I hope Manuel is okay, the turtle, and you have all these beautiful turtles in your building and rescue them, so I think it's without, and you see the Guggenheim on the left, which is kind of peeking into the sea. You have the National Museum, the Norman Foster building, and we'll have them here, the Abrahamic Family House, our building, the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, the Natural History Museum, Team Lab, which opened, so the Abrahamic House and Team Lab are open already. The others are about to open. And here you see the kind of full layout of the institutions on the Saadiyat Culture District. And then we're obviously part of the Guggenheim constellations. So one of our really, I feel, amazing opportunities is that we are embedded in so many different networks. And I think that is really, for me, also a way of being future-proof, to be together with other museums in one context and to work together. And on the other hand, being connected to these amazing institutions all over the world, to share knowledge and to exchange and to kind of learn from each other in these different contexts. And that's really what we do. And the teams are working closely together from these constellations, but also to say that what we do as a team coming from so many different places, and that is something which I think is a huge opportunity, but certainly also a challenge, that the team we're here I think we come from 17 different places, and we are 40 people just in my team. So just the question of what language do we speak, but also from what kind of working culture are we coming? So just very human kind of challenges of working together and building an institution in a place like Guggenheim Abu Dhabi. And that is, I think, the joy. In all my other positions I had before in London and Berlin, I always wanted to create this real opportunity to think together from different perspectives instead of trying to represent other perspectives. And so this is something where the Guggenheim here in Abu Dhabi has really the opportunity by having the possibility to have people from all over the world here. And if you walk around in the city, you see it's one of the most diverse places. You meet people from all over the world, and this will be our community. So a lot of what we do is really engaged with the community, the space. So we invite artists to work with the building, to think with us. So a lot of what we do is very artist-centric. So even when you think through and with community, that's very more often led by artists. And then, of course, the place to understand where we are. And I think this is something all of the other speakers have said, to really connect to the context. And I think when we talk about kinship, belonging, museums as a safe place, I mean, these are all the ambitions we have with existing or new museums to create that and see how is that, what does that mean for the future, and how can we become that. And obviously, I mean, we're not talking too much about challenges, but you can imagine to build a museum in the size of the Guggenheim and to create a community is maybe more difficult than in other places where you had your first institution already in a smaller scale in the 60s. So the challenges we are having and the team is having are different in building a true feeling of belonging and not something where we feel that's a wish we can't fulfill. So this is a lot of the effort we're putting in with community building. I said I kind of introduce you a bit of just what is inspiring the team to think through building the collection. And in the background you see the mangroves, which are trees which are hugely fascinating for me. They're beautiful, but they're also trees and areas in the city which are regenerating, and they kind of build the transition between water and land. They kind of give the home for many different species, and if you have the time, you should really go to the mangroves. I mean, that is, and many of you, I'm sure, have mangroves in their own parts of the world, but for me, having mainly worked in UK, Germany, in Australia, I've seen them a little bit, but it was just the most fascinating. And to think with Glissant and his connection also to these trees, but really thinking about the different centers in the world and how a collection and an institution can be built truly based out of that combination, and thinking together from different centers is something which I think is very unique for institution which is built here, because our audience will be coming from these different parts of the world and will really be representing it. So that was a very important aspect for us to think through the way how the institution is built. You see here, we've seen a few of the renderings of these amazing cones which are leading into the building. It's one of the largest institutions for contemporary and modern art, and you'll see how Gary started like this, and I always want to show this building because I'm in awe of the people who are building this museum, the engineers, the architects, and when we walk through the building every week, the engineering tasks of coming from a Frank Gehry drawing to the shapes and forms and the dancing elements is really amazing. So when we talk about the building and the architecture of participation, we think a lot about dancing with the building on many levels. And I would love at some point to have a panel really to think about what that means in, you know, how do I feel as a body in space? How am I welcome? How you know, the further question even, how does a museum sound? How does a museum smell? So the questions of really where we know art is affecting us in our minds, but also in our bodies. And what do we do and how do we think about that when we build and install the collection? So here just a few basics. The collection is built from the 60s to today, since nearly 20 years. So when we open, the museum will be filled with our own collection. It's transcultural perspectives, and what is extremely exciting for me is really to see how the very first workshops in 2008-9 already talked about the transcultural, the transnational. Now I think when I go through museums, that's nearly a given. Like you see how we're rethinking how we present art history in many places in the world, not just in the so-called global south. But the beginning of our collection is really coming from this place, being focused on West Asia, South Asia, and North Africa. I always like this image. It looks like we're kind of this little tiny building, but so it's 4 floors, and you see we have 13 collection galleries. We have single artist galleries, performance gallery, a deep dive gallery. So this is just how we kind of navigate at the moment in thinking through installing the collection. And the collection will be installed, maybe I should have stayed, sorry, but it's a nice picture to look at. So the collection will not be installed in a linear chronological way. All the 13 galleries will be organized by themes to give the feeling that every gallery has their own story. Because we very much, think through what does it mean to come to a museum which has 13 galleries you navigate yourself through. So we will have themes like abstractions, popular culture, storytelling. And in these galleries, you really have the feeling you get a full experience. So you don't have to walk through every gallery and remember what you've seen before. The other aspect which is important for us is and that's all in line with what we, at the moment, a lot for ourselves talk about as the archipelagic thinking. It's also to connect all these things through stories. And the storytelling and the way how we, as a museum, as an institution, tell a story, but also how individual artists and individual members of the team or facilitators tell a story. So this kind of focus on the region of also saying we are in a place where storytelling and oral history plays such a big role, and how can we honor that? So a whole gallery will be kind of nearly like the nucleus or the DNA of that understanding. This image is again going back and really thinking how can we celebrate the visitors, and also thinking through how can we learn from our visitors. And I think a lot of us in all the institutions understand that we're not institutions anymore who pray the truth, but that we can only learn with our visitors. And especially as a contemporary art museum, we can only be contemporary if we listen to our visitors. So a lot of that is really thinking through what does that mean? How can we create a membrane of exchange? And also, all of us here know how difficult it is actually. For curators to understand what their visitors want. It's mainly the facilitators on the floor who really know it. So how can we empower them? How can we give them agency to think with us? And how can we build tools, structures, systems where we can listen to them and they have a true input? And so these are the kind of structures and systems we're putting in place to make sure that it is a two-way system. And then also what we've done in the last years is to, like the seeds of the mangroves, they travel in different ways. And so with our outreach programs, also going to other places in the world to learn from them, but to also kind of spread the word or the knowledge we create here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie, for sharing the vision and the strategic direction of Guggenheim Abu Dhabi. We will move now to the next speaker, who brings us to Mexico, Professor Eduardo Santana Castello, who is a director of the Museo de Ciencias Ambientales at the University of Guadalajara. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we have the first slide, please? Okay. And back? Okay, well, I'll try to pack as much information as I can in 12 minutes. Thank you, Juliette, for the invitation to have us here. And that is the Museum of Environmental Sciences of the University of Guadalajara that's being built and should be finished in 2 years. And it is part of the University Cultural Center. It is the largest cultural center in Latin America. All the buildings that you see have been finished, the auditorium, the Performing Arts Center, the library, and the University of Guadalajara has over 330,000 students. It's the second largest university, and it has also the largest hospital system in Latin America. That's the way the building looks right now. We just put on the solar panels, and we're putting in the garden. And for 5 years, they asked me to direct this project, and I said no. I'm a wildlife biologist. But then in 2008, I saw the slogan on ICOM's International Museum Day, Museums as Agents of Social Change and Development. And I said, okay, if that's true, then I'll take the job. And so that's what I've been doing since 2009. And I've realized how much things have changed over time. And remember, I'm an environmentalist. So we have these environmental protests, and I think these say more about museums than they do about the environment, because they're not picking churches and they're not picking shopping centers to do their protests. They're picking museums. And I think that speaks well of us. So, but we have a history that we began first in cities. We didn't begin in rural areas as museums with authoritarian power, affluence, as temples of knowledge, with colonialism. But we have to become something else. And in evolution, we have a name for that, and that's called evolutionary acceptation. That is, using what you develop to do new things, like bird feathers. Feathers did not evolve for flying. They evolved for communication and for heat. And so that's where I think museums are going right now. Now, what are the civilizational changes that we need to address? Climate change, biodiversity loss, ecosystem services loss, biome transportation, pandemics, human migration. Mexico is the largest corridor of migration of humans in the world right now. And there are various scales of what our communities are that we need to deal with. And we have problems of unemployment, of violence, poverty, drug trafficking, pollution-induced diseases. In the case of our museum, we have an increase in number of households that are led by women that we need to take into account if we're going to serve our community. But all these problems are linked to population growth, not in the Malthusic sense, but in the sense that as of 2007, for the first time in the history of the human species, most humans live in cities. And cities consume the most energy, generate the most pollution, devour the most amount of rural food-producing lands and nature, and it's where most people are going to suffer due to climate change. So if you're an ecologist like me, you see a city like a black hole that sucks in water, energy, even people, destroy things. It's terrible. It's terrible. But then I began teaching architects and urbanists, and they say the city is the best invention in human history, and the city is where hope is. Well, what are cities? Well, it's the Greek concept of pharmakon. It is a venom that kills, and it is a medicine that cures. And that's how we have to see city, because the future of humanity will be developed in cities. And cities have political power, economic power, religious power, scientific power, and military power. The powerful urbanites will define the future of nature, but they're the ones that least understand that cities depend on nature so that they don't collapse. Now, there have been many humans in the world. We're not the only ones. In fact, we're hybrids of 3 different species of humans. But in our 300,000-year history, cities, modern cities, are 0.02%. We have not evolved in cities. We do not know how to live in cities. And understanding how cities function as a system with subsystem as part of a suprasystem is fundamental for sustainability. Now, the project that I want to show you was created by Raul Padilla Lopez. He created the International Book Fair, which is with Frankfurt, the largest one in the world. He received the Legion of Honor, Medal of France, the Cross of St. George in Catalonia, the Orden Isabel la Católica in Spain, and he developed the idea. And we came up finally with this mission: understanding the city and inspiring the conservation of nature that sustains it to catalyze social and ecological changes for the benefit of our community. So this was a natural history museum that became this. And our aspiration is to accompany our visitors and neighbors in discovering and developing their individual and collective potential to resignify and transform their everyday lives. And we differentiate visitors from neighbors. Now, we took our model from the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve program that has nature, conservation, and social development as its objective, and research and education are linked to both nature and social development. And then the Mexican modality in the 1970s brought in local participation, what today is called governance, but it wasn't called that back then. Skip this. So we're really 5 different institutions. We're an amalgama of Natural History Museum, Interactive Science Museum, and Anthropology Museum, linked to the culture of Western Mexico. We're a community development lab. We're an urban park and garden that was requested by mothers when we did the workshops with the neighbors at the beginning of the design. We're a high school and we're a research institute. Now, we organize not in biomes or ecosystems. Ecosystems are energy flow and biogeochemical cycles. Humans are absent. Biomes are precipitation, temperature, altitude, latitude, and evapotranspiration. Humans are absent. We use landscape because it's the cultural use by humans of non-human nature. And what moves between landscapes are only 3 things. Reality is based on only 3 things: matter, energy, and information. That's what physics tells us. But then we also have people. Now, people are basically bags of water that walk on earth. But maybe we have soul and spirit, and that's what makes things happen. So we take Jorge Wagensberg, the museologist, Catalonian museologist from Barcelona, concept that there are only 3 different ways of knowledge that humans have developed. Scientific method, when problems are easy. Artistic method, when problems are difficult, you use poetry and music. And then revealed method, when they're impossible. So we use cosmovision, mathematics, and poetry to look at these problems. Now, this is the usual way a museum develops. You have the collection and concepts, and then you have exhibition designs linked to the building, and then you start talking about work outside the museum, the outreach, the extension, the vinculación social. And well, we had to do it the opposite way. We began the concept, but then we had all this extension work with UN Habitat and working in conservation and human rights and things like that, while at the same time developing the exhibits and the collections. And hopefully we'll have the building in 2027. Now, why did that happen? In part, in 2021, we became a symbol of one of the biggest struggles or fights of the university for its autonomy when the state government cut our funding illegally. And it lasted 2.5 years. There were 330,000 letters submitted defending the museum, over 200 street demonstrations, 2 with over 100,000 people, 2 constitutional controversy, 2 amicus curia by the National Commission of Human Rights and people from 5 continents. But it was finally resolved in 24, and there was an approved constitutional budget, and the museum was resumed. So we've been growing this new museum of this century in the middle of all kinds of problems. So our first collection is going to be the collection of educational exhibits that you see here that we've designed, 126 in the urban landscape, rural landscape, arid highlands, mountains and forests, lakes, rivers, and then the hope landscape, because hope is fundamental, because we're not pessimists. And then we have intangible cultural heritage collection of human testimonies on video on how rural environment transformed to urban environment and its implications on indigenous experience in the city, gentrification. We have a zoological collection of endangered fishes, a small collection of research apparatus, and over 300 species of native, endemic, and endangered plants. Now, we gave the architects the left, and we invited 5 to compete. Shigeru Ban from Japan, who later won the Pritzkers, Milan Radic from Chile, Mauricio Rocha from Mexico, Diler Escofido and Renfro from New York, and Snøhetta won the award. So they went to the city, they went to the colonial buildings, which is really Arab technology that came to us via the Spaniards, but they recognized that nature imposes limit on growth. We're never going to go faster than light, ever. There are limits in nature. And so they used the landscape of the building. They gave complexity. They let water run through it and erode it. And then we got the building with a canyon, and we're putting the garden of biocultural landscapes on top. The building is an exhibit in itself. It's going to be LEED certified. And the point here, and I've just mentioned it quickly, is that the metrics, if we want to be agents of social change, need to be meters, cubic meters per second, hectares, parts per millions, percent of children leaving school, health statistics. Pick those metrics, because if not, maybe we're not being relevant. So each gallery has a link to a specific place around, and each one has a project that you measure in hectares, in biodiversity, like I said, in parts per million. So we've hit in our program so far over 300,000 students, and we have one of the most important poetry, nature writing awards in Spanish. And finally, I'll skip that, the Anthropocene work that we have. We work with indigenous communities. And this is all I want to finish. We use art as a very important tool for analysis of problems. And this is an art exhibit done by the community. All that you see there in white is foam, pollution, toxic foam that is killing people. And they weaved with their hands this long thread as part of a constructing of a community program with one of the artists. And she also, we put it in the LA Art Show in Los Angeles. But Mexico has the largest number of missing people in the world. It has the largest number of NGOs or cooperative collectives of sisters, mostly women, and mothers looking for their missing children. This is all due to the United States demand for drugs that creates a market for this. So we use art to talk about this problem that is hurting us, but also we use science. And so we have a program. We published this 700-page book that's now Oxford University translating into English about how using environmental science to find corpses of disappeared people. It's called Interpreting Nature to Find Those That We Are Missing. And basically you use entomology, botany, earth science, etc. And so we haven't opened our doors, but we've won 16 awards, including in Paris, London, and New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Santana, showing us how museums can catalyze this kind of environmental awareness, not from the margins, but from the heart of community life. Our next speaker is Dr. Antonia Knapp, who is the director of Kolk 17 Puppets Theater and Museum in Lübeck, Germany.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm so overwhelmed by seeing all those great museums and institutions and great architectural sites, actually. So I'm going to take you to something completely different now, I think. It's a museum for puppetry. Not only a museum, but we also have a theatre. So a museum for the performative art is already a challenge for the institution itself. And it's a very small museum. It has a very specialized topic, puppetry. We have a museum and a theatre combined. But we have a very big collection, actually. Over 20,000 objects from around the world, from puppetry in Africa, in Asia, and in Europe. And what you can see here already is the 3 pillars that we are drawing on, basically, or that we are resting on. We have the architecture, which is old and new at the same time. We have the exhibition that mainly draws on our collection, and we also have the third, which is what I call exchange of expertise. So you can see here our puppeteers and me are working together on an object in the collection. After 7 years of extensive renovation, rebuilding, reconstruction, we reopened Cork 17 Puppet Theatre and Museum in summer. And yeah, you can see that that was quite a thing, actually. But what have we opened? And I'm giving you a few figures. It's 7 small buildings, one of which only is the museum or the exhibition house. Foyer and forum we share together with the puppet theatre, and we have 4 floors, each with a distinct theme. But it's only 300 square meters of exhibition space, so it's tiny in comparison with what we've heard and seen this morning. And also the theatre is very small. It has only 120 seats. Nevertheless, we have quite a few employees, free and sort of internal staff, including researchers, administration, and puppeteers, of course, and most of them are actually visitor services. What you have seen already is that the architectural space and the location is very important. It's a historical building ensemble in Lübeck's old town center. And yeah, that is a UNESCO heritage site already. And we combine heritage and modern architecture. And after sort of restructuring the whole institution, we focus very much on networking as well. And I'll take you on a short journey of our history of rebuilding the institution. And you can see here the building site, basically. And you can also see that we were an archaeological site, and they found very old buildings from the 12th century in the basements of our museum. We were founded, the institution itself was founded in 1977, the theatre and the museum was founded in 1982, so we have quite a history. But we were taken over by a private foundation in 2011, and that was the basis for professional work. Beforehand, we were owned by the private collector, and the reconstruction took place from 2018 to 2025. And this is what you can see now. It's the new building, is the theater. The old buildings are the museum and exhibition space and foyer and entrance. And as you can imagine, that was very important also for thinking about the new exhibition. Old and new always go together. We are in the town, we have to work with the surroundings, and as we do not have that much space in the museum, we have to also focus and develop our outreach and education program. And we had to do that completely anew. Again, a few figures I mentioned already. But we called actually the exhibition Puppetry, a Game of Life. And I will draw upon that also later a bit. What is interesting maybe about the exhibition is, as we have such little space, we are not going to divide the exhibition into permanent and special exhibition anymore, but we are keeping it alive and agile by alternating sort of smaller entities within the exhibition. And in the middle you can see one exhibition room which focuses on Malian animal puppet stages. But what is very important is that we decided that for each room there is a sort of little scientific research project lying underneath. So we draw on collections, which you can see to the left and the right, but we also engage with the experts. So the room in the middle, for example, was developed together with Malian puppeteers and researchers. There is also something that is called our room of assembly. You can see it to the left. And that has developed because the question of who decides what is on show is something that the museum world is really thinking about, but when you have only very small exhibition spaces, it becomes all the more pressing, actually. So within this room of the assembly, you have sort of insight into the variety of objects that we have in our collection and that we cannot draw upon in depth in the thematic rooms. But you have this view into the collection, and also there is the possibility for participatory projects to actually decide and change what is on show here. And as you can see, some of the objects have sort of colored colors behind them. These are objects that a group of young girls have chosen in our depot and have wrote a history around these objects and then decided that they wanted to have them in this room of the assembly. The other exhibition spaces have always to deal with the architecture. So we do not have the white cube, but we also deal with history, with the new building and the old building. One of the things that we also developed within the last few years is the online collection, and that's something that corresponds also to the room of the assembly, where you can sort of do some research. Of course, we tried to do something like an immersive room, which is the so-called forum, which you can see to the right. And this is a room that we share with the theater. So it is a sort of room where people in the break of theater performances can sort of relax, and where they can wait before theatre performances, but it's also the start for the exhibition. So we have one room where these two things, these two forms of dealing with puppetry in our institution, the theatre with modern contemporary performances, and the museum with historical puppets from all over the world, sort of engage. And it's a sort of room with an artistic installation with videos of performances and of historical puppets. As I said, we do have a big collection, therefore we do have storages at the outskirts of the small town of Lübeck, and we do the work on these objects there, as you can see, but the storage has not been part of the whole renovating and reconstruction process, so we also have to rely on external experts taking objects into their workshops and restore them there. Another important change to the institution actually when we reopened was the idea of the audiences. What are the target groups actually? And what we did not have beforehand was an educational program, and particularly we did not have the so-called outreach program, which draws more on participation and community inclusion, actually. So we have a little, we call it Party Mobile. It's a sort of bicycle where our staff sort of goes into various communities and asking them how they would like to engage with the Museum for Puppetry. The room of the assembly I mentioned already, it's a co-curation with communities from the city, and we also have started citizen science projects actually, and this is something now where you can see how that goes about, and something I find very interesting as well. I mentioned the storages. You can see them here on the left up, where you can see the young girls going into the storage and talking about the puppets that they want to exhibit. And we focused for the first time on the audiences that did not come so far to our museum, and this is why we also strengthened this outreach and participatory sort of approach. And of course puppetry is something that you can engage very easily with. We as human beings like to play, and this is something that we also engage and encourage in the museum space. There are everywhere opportunities to come into contact with puppets and to come into play actually, which is something in our topic, which is of course very playful. The aspect of inclusion and has been very important as well. You know, we're located in this medieval town center, which doesn't make it very easy for people to access the rooms. And that is why we focused on inclusion as well, with models, with DGS, sign language videos, etc. And just a little thought about scientific and cultural program and the professionals that we need in our museum. In fact, it is the case that there is no such research on puppetry, actually. So our researchers and our staff come from various fields, and they are puppeteers, they are art historians, they are ethnologists, and have various backgrounds, but the only requirement actually is that they're willing to engage with our topic and with this new approach. So how do we define ourselves now at the beginning of the 21st century? We are a hub for scientific, societal and artistic collaboration, and we draw on the core of, the triangle between puppet, puppeteer and the audience, because in order for puppetry to work, we as audience have to engage. And I think this is true not only for puppetry, for the art of puppetry, but also for a good museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for showing us the wonderful example how performance, participation and heritage can coexist and energize one another. Our next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Yuji Kurihara, who is the Executive Director of the National Museum of Nature and Science and Vice Chair of ICOM Japan. We are keen to hear about new museums in Japan.
This is Japanese style. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. I'm Yuji Kurihara, Executive Director of National Museum of Nature and Science and the Vice Chair of ICOM Japan. So it's very great pleasure to be here with you today. So actually, our museum is one of the oldest museums in Japan, established in 1897. So soon we celebrate 150th anniversary. So today I'd like to explain about our museum, but today I will focus on museums that opened in Japan this year, which reflect some important trends in like Japanese museum landscape. So, recent ranking of popular museums among international tourists, visitors, Japan consistently praise Team Labo, you know, Team Red Planet, or Samurai and Ninja Museum experience among the top attractions. Both of them are a little bit expensive, but so many foreigners visit them. From a traditional museum perspective, this venue might be categorized as a theme park or entertainment facility. Some traditional people, it's not a museum. How do you think? So, however, many of the newly opened museums in Japan are contemporary art museums that deliberately emphasize their role as tourist destination while still maintaining their cultural and educational missions. Many Japanese museums were built during the rapid economic growth in the 1960s or 1970s. Most are now being renovated. These renovations now including principles of sustainable development and DEAI, you know, diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion. The renovated museum also adds space for events, receptions, and community activities. Meanwhile, new art museums continue to open across Japan. One of the most recent prefectural museums to open was the Tottori Prefectural Museum of Art, which welcomed its first visitors in March of this year. This museum collects and shows were related to the concept of openness, connecting with LGBTQ rights and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The Japanese also feature a multi-purpose facility that can accommodate workshop, performings, lectures, film screenings, and various community events. This is Tottori Prefectural Museum as a main exhibit. Before this museum opened, the decision to purchase Andy Warhol's Brillo box for nearly $3 million US dollars sparked intense public debate, including heated discussions within the prefectural assembly. However, this controversy brought media attention, and the artwork has become the museum being's best-selling merchandise items. This is the candy box, like a Brillo box. It's very famous museum. And the Naoshima new museum opened in May this year. This is the 10th facility designed by famous architect Tadao Ando at the Venice Art Site Naoshima. Venice Art Site Naoshima is a collection of art activities on islands in the Seto Island Sea, created by Venice Holdings and Fukutake Foundation. It's a central location for Seto Uchi Triennale, an international art festival. The Seto Uchi Triennale 2025 is happening now, and many young people are visiting there. This is a remote island to see the art, but so many people coming. International art festival like the Seto Uchi Triennale help bring life back to rural and again communities in Japan. Art museum often built permanent facility for these festivals, providing cultural activities throughout the year. This year, so many art festivals, except the Hiroshima Architecture Exhibition is the first time held in Japan. However, Aichi and Yokohama are different, because their festival held in a major city, not a rural city, rural areas. The Yokohama Museum of Art reopened in March last year after renovation, and holds the Yokohama Triennale 2025. The renovated museum offers a diverse space designed to encourage popular gathering and social interaction. It uses universal design throughout, including in the furniture, so everyone can access and enjoy this museum. And the Aichi Triennale is happening this year at the Aichi Art Center and the Aichi Prefectural Ceramic Museum and the other venues. This festival has a clear policy against discrimination. It does not allow hateful speech or discriminatory action based on the ethnicity, nationality, race, skin color, family background, gender, sexuality, disability, illness, age, or religion. The festival also rejects eugenics and any idea that says some people are better than others. Through its programming, the festival aims to provide opportunities for visitors to discover new perspectives and possibilities that can help to move toward a more connected future beyond the division that currently separates us. Next, the Hyper Museum Hanno also opened in March this year. It's located in Metta, a private theme park. This museum has outdoor exhibition that mix artworks with nature and indoor exhibition using digital technology. The nearby Moomin Valley Park, based on the Finnish character, also attracted main visitors. Where far from Tokyo City Center, visitors can experience a Nordic atmosphere surrounding nature. Of course, the Moomin character created by Finnish artist Tove Jansson, very popular also in Japan. There is an Oba Museum in Japan dedicated to her work. These facilities are very popular because of their entertainment value and the beautiful architecture that fits with the natural environment. Reservations are very difficult to get, especially during busy season. And also this is very expensive, but so many people coming. Well, this new museum focus on bringing tourists and helping local economies. They are slowly adding programs that support sustainable development and social responsibility. As government funding for a museum is decreasing in Japan, so we may see more museum establishment through the partnership with private corporations. I believe it is essential that museum professional activities advocate to ensure that these commercially oriented institutions maintain their core educational and cultural missions rather than becoming mere entertainment venue or amusement parks. So after ICOM Kyoto 2019, ICOM Japan's member is increasing, and our colleague is getting perspective of global perspective. So I hope also UAE will be developing after ICOM Dubai. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And our last speaker in this session, Mr. Jean-Paul Koudougou from Africa, who is the chair of ICOM Africa. Please welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for involving ICOM Africa in this big event. Thanks to Juliette, ICOM France, ICOM Europe. So I'm going to talk about this theme, new museums in Africa, new perspective looking for identity in the celebration of cultural diversity, this might seem paradoxical, but I wanted to say that in Africa, there are also new museums being opened up. There are also memorial centers being opened up. And all of this is aligning with a dynamic that I'm going to share with you today. First of all, I want to just go back and say that when a number of African countries gained independence, the idea was to think about how we could make museums that showcase the cultural identities of the different peoples and also presented national unity, because the truth is that the first leaders said to themselves that with independence, it was important for communities to be able to find a launch pad in order to be able to build the nation together. However, this vision of things did not prosper over time, because what happened was that the buildings devoted to museums that were supposed to house collections were old buildings that were small and were not appropriate for collections, and they weren't really visited by local people. There was a lack of visibility of museum institutions in the national cultural landscape, and the national policies hadn't really focused in on museums as a tool for helping countries to develop. So exhibitions weren't very attractive, and the state didn't really manage to put in place a budget for developing this infrastructure. However, it has to be recognized that since the end of the 20th century, we've seen a significant shift among African peoples, and this change of mentality sees an increased requests and calls for autonomy and equality between peoples and with our former colonizers. There are also geostrategic and geopolitical changes happening around the world. The lines have moved, interests have changed, and this has, of course, led to a change of the vision of different states. And in Africa, what we're seeing increasingly is that there's no longer a sense of closing in on ourselves, but there's a promotion of national culture and African culture with a very clear affirmation of cultural sovereignty and the desire to see this quest for equality between peoples by getting rid of any condescension which might see a superiority of one culture over another. So what does this involve? For the implementation of new sustainable strategies for the development of audiences. So we perhaps deal with particular points that are involved in the needs of audiences, like the development of spaces. So here we have the laying of the first stone for a theme park within a museum which has a lot of space, and a national museum. And here this is a public-private partnership. There's also the organization of nighttime shows, which make it possible for institutions to live and to attract young people to come and see exhibitions. So today we have new museums. Remember, on the 1st of November, there was the opening of this large museum in Egypt, which is the first large museum in the world focused on the pharaonic civilization. And through the years of the creation and development of this museum, it really presents the cultural power, and Egypt is a big cultural power. And what we can see that focusing in on Egyptian civilization increases national pride and brings people around one vision of Egypt. Here's another case, the opening of West Africa Museum of Art, which you know, it was supposed to open tomorrow, I think it's opening on the 11th of November, but unfortunately they've had to postpone this. And the opening has just been postponed for some time. But what you can see architecturally, that here is there a museum which is opening up towards contemporary art, because before we were focused on ethnographic museums, which weren't really opening up to contemporary questions. But now we can see increasingly in Africa, in Benin, in other countries, we're seeing an opening up to contemporary art, which is linked into what's happening today in Africa and not focused only on the West. This makes it possible to show how African countries are interested in new forms of exhibition and new approaches. Here we have the affirmation and celebration of cultural identity. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, in Benin, we have the Contemporary Art Museum in Cotonou. We have the Museum of Kings and Amazons in Dahomey. So these are new infrastructure which are presented and put in place to present cultural identity. And what we're trying to do is to show that we can create institutions, we can create infrastructure, which are going to present what has made these peoples so specific. But the goal isn't to close ourselves in on ourselves, but what we want to do is celebrate diversity. So here we have the Contemporary Art Museum, which is open to the world. But then on the right, there's the Museum of the Kings and Amazons, which have played a key role in this country and in the African continent. Once again, in terms of openings, there's the Kigulu Cultural Museum in Uganda, and then the Botswana National Museum, which is being reopened. So you can see that all of these museums are being put in place in order to highlight what is the specific cultural feature of peoples and make it possible for local people and communities to be promoted around the world. So these museums are real works of art, because in reality, with the development of cultural tourism, there needs to be attractiveness in terms of the visual presentation with beautiful architecture, what makes it possible for local people to visit. And this architecture connects in to and is part of what's visited in terms of institutions. So these are museums that are kind of activist museums in the sense that they are affirming society and intrinsic values of society. And where we see really that this infrastructure is serving society. It's important to say that we're in a new approach here, a new relationship between Africa and the rest of the world, but also a new relational ethic within communities themselves, making it possible for them to get to know each other and to accept each other. So we come back to this idea, or the initial idea of museums, where museums were supposed to be a place for national unity. We all agree here that museums are real institutions that celebrate cultural diversity. If we ask ourselves the question of whether there is an institution in the world which makes it possible for people to talk together, to dialogue, and to accept each other mutually, I think we'd all agree that these are museums. And leaders, world leaders and African leaders are now working in order to put in place infrastructure that meets their needs. And this involvement of authorities from the highest levels, with presidents coming to museums, with the organization of special days for encouraging governments and citizens to visit museums. What's also important is the involvement of the diaspora, because this umbilical cord which ties them to their motherland is also the cultural heritage and everything associated with decolonization and restitution. You are all seeing the very important role that members of the diaspora play. And then it's also interesting to see the training of different museum professionals, because through all the relationships with people in the West, increasingly we are seeing infrastructure levels that meet international standards and also connect in to respond to the needs of local people. If we also look at these presentations, they are focused more and more on what people are looking for, because the understanding of an object, what we've called contextualization or decontextualization, things are different depending on where you come from, because an object presented to an African person might see an object in a different way than a European or an American would see things. And that is because and that means that increasingly in these new museums, we're having exhibitions that are presenting the cultural value and not only the aesthetic value. And this makes it possible for local people to be more connected into the narrative that is presented in these museums. So we have exhibitions connected into the history of the nation. We have focus on national heroes, but also a social concern where we're trying to connect into what local people are experiencing and living on a daily life. Because we're looking at what museums are seeking to offer. And I think that's what we need to understand museums offer. For museum professionals, it's important for them to be able to communicate what they've learned in Europe and in Asia and to talk to local people and to have this endogenous approach and how to connect what they've learned into what was doing in the past. And so with the opening of these new museums, Africans and Africa want to make museums a real place for dialogue. When we talk about dialogue, that means two people or more than two people talking together to work together and to build together. I think what we're doing is that we're seeing museums becoming a real place for giving and receiving, which has always been their intention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are quite good in time, right? And now I would like to open the floor for the question, if there is any question to our speakers. Yeah. Oh, we don't have the mics.
Thank you all for your presentation. It is very exciting to know more about the museums that will open soon. Very exciting to have opportunities to visit them. I have one question to Jean-Paul and one question and a remark to Stephanie. Jean-Paul, thank you for give an overview of a few museums in Africa. I wanted to know more about the relationship with the diasporas. For instance, in ICOM Africa, are there some members from the diasporas? And how do you concretely do some ethical relationship with the diaspora from the continent? And to Stephanie, thank you so much for this. Yeah, it's a shame that we could not visit the Guggenheim today or during the week. I have one more remark about your presentation. I don't know if you have ever heard about the work undergone by the curator whose name is Chris Cyril. Is a curator from Guadeloupe who organized an exhibition called "And the World is a Mangrovity," and he made into space and into the intellectual program this idea of mangrove into the exhibition. There is a small book published, so if you want a reference, maybe I can give it to you. And related to that, I had a few opportunities in my past career to work in the Cultural Center Jean-Marie Tjibaou in Nouméa, in New Caledonia, which was built also in the middle of a mangrove, and the mangrove became part of the museum itself. When you enter in, you start to go by the mangrove, and the entrance is at the back of the building, so that you travel back and forth in the mangrove. So I wonder if in the case of the Guggenheim, is it the same, how the mangrove is put inside or put within the museum program for activities, events, or even just the traveling. Thank you.
Jean-Paul?
Well, thank you very much for the question. To do with the involvement of diaspora in cultural activities around countries, it's important to say that for Burkina Faso, which I know best, and I think this is also the case for a lot of African countries, there are national institutional structures associated with the Foreign Affairs Ministry, which seek to work with members of the country who are outside the country. There is a department responsible for this. And generally, when there's a question, so for example, restitution or decolonization, there are regularly task forces that are sent to countries or to embassies to talk with citizens who are outside the country in order to involve them in these different processes. So if you think about Belgium, with Congo, for example, there is a very strong Congolese diaspora there, and of course you saw restitution around these areas that were developed, and it's the same thing in France. In a lot of countries like this, there was a real involvement of members of the diaspora. Are there members of the diaspora who are part of national committees? Yes. If they want to sign up as people outside of Africa today, then that's no problem. We have a lot of members in our committees, members of the diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And yes, we are in contact with Chris, and we have that big network of people we work with, and Mancia Diawara, artist, filmmaker, and thinker, is part of our curatorial team. So we love this little booklet, but thank you for mentioning it. And then how we engage with the mangrove, I mean, for us, it's really more a process of how we want to work. It's, of course, important to engage with the plants themselves, and we have artists who work with them. But at the moment, it's not so much about walking through the mangrove when you're in the museum, but more this idea of how can we allow to nurture different ways of thinking about art. And so this is really about the multi-perspectives. I mean, if you ask me personally, that would be a dream at some point to, be able to really engage with them also around the museum. But at the moment, the artistic vision is engaging with it on a conceptual level.
Thank you. Is there any? Yes, please.
Yes, hello. Nathalie Bondil, I'm a museum and exhibition director at the Arab World Institute in Paris. I have a question for Stéphanie and for Jean-Paul. It's because, Stéphanie, you talk about the Edouard Glissant. I'm very much familiar with this philosopher from Caribbean, because I did work on a new wing dedicated to the one word, notion, thanks to this philosopher. So, and you were mentioning the archipelago. donc from Edouard Glissant, but I think it's much more about relations. And in fact, this is a question for you, because you are talking about new museums, national museums, which are really proud, donc, with their own new collections, but at the same time, we do live in an interconnected world. And how do you deal with those new museums, with those diasporas, this nationalism, and this will for a global one-world museum? So I think that it is rather paradoxical right now, and we need to create those relations. So I would like to know, for example, at Guggenheim or in Benin, how you deal with this kind of contradiction, or maybe apparent contradiction.
In the case of the Guggenheim, I think it's the Guggenheim has been invited to be here and collaborate with the national government. So it is really the remit of the institution to build these international connections and show how these connections, how artists have learned from each other. So for us as a curatorial team, the interest is really to see what are the chapters in art history we think we can add as a Guggenheim on an international level, but very much focused from the starting point here. So I wouldn't say it's telling the story differently, but putting the lights on different aspects. So when you come to the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, you're surprised about how things are unfolded. So I think there's no. I love to work in paradox, and I think most brilliant artists are doing that. But I think there are other ones which are more apparent than the connection between the national and international, because this is, in our case, really the remit of the institution, to bring the international here and show how it's connected and how it's been connected in history.
Thank you, Natalie, for the question. And I'd just like to say good luck as well. What I was saying, focused in this theme, because there is a kind of paradox. I agree with you, because it's like we're moving towards a closing in on ourselves, when actually this can be done in any kind of way, but not through museums. I think for African peoples, they are breaking away and making a way which is being opened up as well by international standards. I think we need to agree together and see how we can promote cultures and work together in line with these different standards. We've had a kind of specific type of African museums in the past, but now with what's going on, I think both in terms of buildings, everything is being put in place in order to have a real museum. And now increasingly we're having a narrative which is taking into account what needs to be done and showing culture in its best light. I think the challenge ahead of us is to see how we can go beyond all these different challenges at a political level, because from my point of view, I think it's not going to be at the cultural level. I think we're going to keep talking. I think there will be friction at a political level for politicians, but our goal in the cultural sector is really to just talk together and to celebrate diversity, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you very much. If there is any question from the audience? No. I can see.
Sorry, Liz. I would like to add something, because I think what Mr. Uehara said was very important, and I think not many of us have mentioned that. And if we think about the rapidly changing communities we're working with, then I think to do what we're doing without becoming a spectacle, I think is challenging in our times. And I think that's different than in other times. I mean, it's about being inclusive and sustainable But I think the challenge of running museums and having the resources for research, depths, scientific endeavors, and of course wanting to get the community in, but how do we do that in many parts of the world? I think we've started in the 90s with opening up. I know in Japan it was even earlier in the 80s, where you had many museums in malls to kind of connect to communities. But I think it's an interesting question, especially in this part of the world. How is this possible, and how are we doing it, and how are we trying to do it to make sure that museums are about also about research and knowledge creation, but at the same time are not alienating a generation which is interested in something else. So all the discussions around having the digital medium, how is that engaged? And I think that is, at least for me, when we think about paradox, I think that is a challenging and interesting paradox to solve. And what are the institutions, you know, where we feel this is very well balanced? Because in many parts of the world, as some of you have mentioned, the numbers are going down, especially in the kind of older institutions, you know, who have less interactive possibilities. I just wanted to say that in the paradox, because I think it was a very important point, and I liked the end of your presentation, which is kind of was a bit like an alarm bell to everyone. So just thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are closing our session. I would like to thank all the speakers of this session for sharing their really thoughtful insights and discussing the museums, which remind us that change does not mean losing the roots, but growing from them. Thank you very much. And now we have the break, lunch break, offered by France Museums. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juliet, personally to you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's always hard to get back after lunch. Thank you so much for those of you who are in the room already. I hope some more of our colleagues will join us in a minute. Welcome you to our afternoon session. We are finishing up the case studies from the museums that have been opened this year or recently or will be opened. So our final case study is about the German Port Museum in Hamburg, and I'm very honored to have my dear colleague Klaus Staubermann with us. I know him for a very long time, from the time ICOM Germany, cooperating with ICOM Austria. He's the founding director of the German Port Museum. He's lecturing on many different universities. I'm very much looking forward about his experiences, about the opening of the museum and the concept he is presenting to you.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you for being patient, because I was meant to speak this morning, and my flight only got in at about 7 o'clock, so by the time I got here it was lunchtime. So I'm the last speaker. Could I have the first slide of my presentation, please? Thank you, that's very good. I'm going to speak about a project I'm the founding director of, and that's the German Port Museum. As always, when we develop a museum, we start from the objects and the collections. And our key object is a sailing bark, former sailing bark called Peking, which coincidentally has nothing to do with Peking or Beijing. It's just that the ship owner had the habit of naming all his ships with words and names starting with a P, and that got him to Peking at the end. So I'm going to talk about the Peking, the reconstruction about the ship, the harbor workshops that spun out of the project, the space we are currently facilitating these events, the public programs we are trying out, the new building we are currently planning, its location, the people behind it, and last but not least, next steps. The most iconic object was acquired only a couple of years ago from the New York Seaport Museum. It's a German-built foremast bark, which we acquired because we felt very few objects lend themselves so well to telling the story of global trade as this ship. Because not only was it a part of the export of German agricultural products, it was also used for the import of saltpeter from Chile. And the saltpeter trade was at the time extremely profitable for Germany because it was used to develop fertilizer, but also explosives. We are reconstructing the ship, which we inherited in an extremely poor shape. The outer reconstruction has largely been completed. The inner is still going on. You see to the right a view into the cargo loading bay. And we are also planning an exhibition on the Peking, which is due to open next year. Mind, that's not the museum as a whole. It's part of the exhibition planning we currently do step by step, and this particular exhibition will allow us to do behind-the-scenes tours on the ship while we develop the main building. Something that has come out of the reconstruction of the sail ship has various formats of public programming, which is for us extremely useful because it draws international experts into the museum, but it also helps us teaching on various types of intangible heritage, and all this in formats that we tend to develop further and help us to maintain our various maritime artifacts. Where do we do that at the moment? Because we don't have the new building yet. We do this in an open storage in the middle of Hamburg Harbor, and that is a particularly interesting building because that used to be the most modern shed of Hamburg Harbor being the biggest seaport in Germany about 100 years ago, because of its lighting technology, about its sustainability, climate control and such. So about 100 years ago, that was the most modern building there is. We currently use it for storage, but we also use it for the various types of public programming we already practice. It's also a space where we will restore some of the artifacts that's going on display, and in many ways an experimental space for what we do. What we do is, for example, develop new types of events connected to the theme of harbor. For example, Harbor Sounds was an event that drew over a weekend 3,000 visitors. Individual formats where we try out some of the themes we are planning or we are currently developing for the new permanent exhibition, like innovation, colonialism, or the environment. And we are also working on an info center on the new museum that's going to be in the city center of Hamburg. One of the challenges, let me just add to this, following up from the discussions we had this morning, is that according to our visitor research, we currently have, we are one of the museums in Hamburg that have the visitors with the lowest educational background. And we're quite proud of this because it means we are keeping the threshold low. And the challenge is when we develop the new space, the new exhibition space, are we able to maintain this? Are we able to keep the threshold low, or is it going to go up as it has been in many other Hamburg museums in the past? Now, the new building doesn't exist yet. We hope to go into the architectural competition either later this year or early next year. It's going to be a global architectural competition that's quite important to me, also including the Global South, which is not always the rule when you do this kind of competition. In terms of themes, I'm not going to read this out, but you see it's about trade, about German seaports and inland ports, because it's a federal museum, so it's not just about Hamburg, it's about all German ports, and that means also within various kinds of borders, past and present, but also, of course, looking at the history of German ports, like Roman ports, for example, or Viking ports. It's about migration and tourism, infrastructures, and of course, the future of ports. And last but not least, there will be special exhibitions. Now, this is an artist's impression of the site we are currently developing. And I wish I had a long stick now to point out what we are actually doing, because we're not just developing a museum, we're developing a new quarter of the city of Hamburg. Hamburg is a big city. It's the second largest city after Berlin in Germany, has about 3.5 million inhabitants. And what most people perceive as Hamburg is very much to the left. And then there is the river Elbe. And what you see to the right is on the southern side of the river. And that is a huge boundary in the minds of the people who live in Hamburg. Because Hamburg, for most Hamburgers, ends at the river. And to develop a new quarter for the city of Hamburg, where about 30,000 people will live and work in the future, is a paradigm shift. And the museum we are developing is going to be the cultural center of this quarter. So it's not just a museum, but it's a location that is meant to be a social and cultural identity point. To give you an idea where we are, the green bit in the center is a park. Behind the park to the left is going to be the museum building. That's going to be about 2,500 square meters permanent exhibition, 800 square meters special exhibition, and lots of educational spaces. And then, of course, you can see to the left our sail ship, the Peking, that's going to travel to the new location. The whole quarter, that particular city quarter, will not have combustion engine traffic, so it's going to be entirely electrical. It's carbon neutral, ideally. All the buildings have to be built to a sustainability standard, which we in Germany call now Platin. So an extremely high standard for all the buildings we are developing there, from cradle to cradle, etc., etc. That's not an easy feat, but on the other hand, it's a huge challenge we all enjoy, because we are not just developing a new museum, we're developing a new quarter of Hamburg, and that is going to be, I think it's worth doing, even when it sometimes grows me gray hair. There's challenges. For example, you see bridges to the left and right. We hope to get these bridges built. They're going to be bicycle and pedestrian bridges, but at the moment there's still ship traffic on the river, so we don't have the permissions we want. There's also going to be an extension of the underground, etc., etc. There's a development team I'm leading on that includes a collections department, including the sail ship Peking, a science department that is also responsible for the content development and conceptual development of the museum. There's going to be an exhibitions team that is also going to design the information center, an education and outreach team that already does all these workshop and event formats I have been speaking about. Needless to say, there needs to be administration, including event management, and luckily we can also draw on many of the resources of the city of Hamburg, so we are not alone in what we do. There's lots of support. What are the next steps? Hopefully next month the federal funding will be released. That's going to be 225 million euros in total. I appreciate that for Dubai or Abu Dhabi standards, that's not very much, but for a federal project in Germany, that is quite a lot. Then next year we go into the architectural competition, which, as I said, is going to be global, and the opening is currently planned around 2030. And of course, that is not a standalone building, because by that time the whole city urban quarter needs to be ready, because we can't sit isolated on a building site. So all the streets, pedestrian, and all the infrastructure needs to be there. And that's me in 8 minutes, as I had promised. If you have any questions, do approach me. I'm here for the whole conference, and I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Dear Klaus, thank you so much. Wonderful. I think this is a very nice connection, Hamburg and Abu Dhabi, both harbor cities, both on the sea. And now I would like you to guide you a little bit into a summary of the first half of the day. Of course, thanks to our hosts again from the Louvre Abu Dhabi, and of course for the whole organizing team for this conference. I think we had a very, very great input from our speakers. We had very strong inspirations that guided us through all these concepts of those new museums. And I hope you had already time for discussions with your colleagues during lunch, and we want to get a little bit more into that now and give you the chance to participate actively. To refresh your memory, I would like to summarize a little bit about the topics I collected during the morning, about the challenges, about the prospects, about the concepts of the museums of the future. One of the key concepts I picked up is a shift from the binary. It was mentioned that the museum is not just an exhibition space or just a storage space. The architecture, of course, plays a huge part. We have opening up museums as public spaces where the spheres kind of interlock with each other and melt into each other. So those are the big challenges for architecture, to find and build spaces that provide the opportunities to include the landscape, the nature, the communities around the museums. The UN SDGs, I think, are central for the new museums. Sustainability is the big keyword. Of course, this also has a big impact on how we are designing, how we are building the new museums, also on our efforts to really cut CO2 emissions. Museums need a lot of energy, have a high energy consumption, and we need to improve on that, get better on that, to widen the climate corridor. That might be an option that is possible for scientists say, like almost 90% of our objects could withstand a broader climate corridor without damages. And to include the communities in our museums, to include tangible and intangible heritage, and to provide a forum for interaction, for studying, and new perspectives on the heritage in the now and the future, and connected with our past and our heritage. The next generation of museum professionals has been mentioned. They are at the heart of our institutions. The next generation will reach out and break barriers. So we're excited to hear about that. And some more keywords I want to remind you and focus on: building identity, fostering dialogue, learning, reflection, cultural diplomacy, like culture as a hard power, not a soft power, for diplomatic interaction, for building peace. It's a living resource. It also has a big economic impact. Tourism is a big factor. Participation, engagement, kinship, even belonging. These are the words we center about when we think about our visitors, the personal experience versus the digital experience. We want to put the visitor in the center. and also make an effort to improve or foster critical thinking, scientific networking, scientific exchange. Museums are the most trusted institutions in our societies, so this is a big thing in a time of fake news also. Museums even are a benefit for health. The social connection they provide are a big positive factor, and they provide a safe space, a democratic space was mentioned. And that leads me a little bit maybe also to the challenges, to the vulnerabilities. Of course, to build a museum has a big impact on CO2. Maybe we can be more sustainable in that. Maybe a very controversial thing would be the best museum is the museum that is not built. But can we maybe reuse materials? Can we be more eco-friendly? Can we be more careful and supporting the biodiversity and not ruining it? The climate crisis is very much attached to this topic. Museums are also vulnerable to funding. We're relying on public grants or maybe private sponsors. The political and social climate. Big questions are inclusivity, community engagement. How do we get people into our museums? How do we get them to connect with us and us to connect with them? And the big operational risks, from theft to a climate crisis, extreme weather events, floodings, emergency management is really also in the center of museums, and museums need to be resilient. Museums need to be a factor of constant and resilience for the people and our objects, of course. So I hope I could give you a little bit of impact to remember, to think about the presentation you heard. And please, if you like to participate, hit on one of those questions I raised. Maybe you want to contribute, maybe you have other projects in mind that are touching on those questions. And I think somebody with a microphone will be in the room. So if somebody wants to break the ice and ask the first question, I think many of the speakers are still here. Concept about sustainability, concepts about community, the big questions we have in the museums today. Many of you still tired after lunch. It's always hard to motivate. All right. If we have no more questions, no more discuss. There you go. Thank you so much.
Yes,
if you want to say your name and then maybe the institution and the question.
Maybe it works, yeah. There's Andre Freeman from EIN Healthcare, but also from the Climate Neutral Real Estate Consortium from the Netherlands. Was there any ambition for really net zero musea, either current musea or new?
From the museum who presented, but the net zero goal. Somebody wants to react to that from the presentations? I think net zero is difficult to achieve. In Austria, we have a concept about a certification where you can have the different fields in the museums to be more climate neutral, from technical aspects until education. But I think this is a very big thing, to switch maybe to green energy also. Some of you have concepts on that, maybe, experiences? Juliana in the front row.
It's a really big question. But we didn't hear this morning much about sustainability, climate sustainability. And so it's not only a big question, it's a big problem, I think. And so I can't understand why, because we did some inputs in the last, I think, 2 years, 3 years about the matter. I feel that the problem wouldn't be afforded. I'm not sure that it's my impression, but for example, last year in Italy there was a very big conference about archaeological museums, 3 days of archaeological museums. I think about 80 new museums presented. I think that one of the 80 spoke about climate sustainability. And the problem in the archaeological museum, we know, is not so big, because much more in other type of museums, natural, textiles, glasses, and papers, and so on. But I didn't hear a word about that. It's dangerous for the humanity, I think.
So more work needs to be done. We heard from the Hafen Museum, the Port Museum. You have very good concepts, trying to be more sustainable. So this is still a big exercise, a big to-do for the museums. Some more? Second row.
Yes, Emily Dural for ICOM France. Just in terms of sustainability, I'd just like to mention the projects that ICOM France is supporting in this area, particularly about putting in a carbon framework for the museum sector, which doesn't yet exist in France. It's something we're working together with the Ministry of Culture in order, alongside 15 different museums who are going to evaluate their carbon footprint and make it possible, therefore, to define the different categories of museums. And there will be a tool that will be provided to all museums, which will be able to self-evaluate, and museums will be able to say, I'm part of such and such a category, and therefore I'm going to be able to put in place such and such a tool in order to reduce carbon footprint. And then there's another project which is called Taking Control of Climate, which brings together 10 museums across France from different types of museums and different types of collections. And once again, it'll be an opportunity to exchange best practice in terms of reducing energy and carbon footprint, particularly in terms of climate questions in museums.
Yeah, so the cooperation also with the ministry can be a big support to work together with the respective ministries of culture. And also special collections, special objects need special climate conditions. We know that. We heard about this spring from the Radken laboratory in Berlin. They had a big study where they checked on items and said for broad fields of our collections that broader corridors would be okay. But of course, we have to take care of our objects firstly. Juliette?
Merci. Je ne vois pas de gens avec un casque, donc même si nous sommes traduits, j'ai parlé en anglais. So this question is very important. It's not the only one, so maybe there will be other questions in the room before 45, the time we have to stop. But maybe it's a moment to remind us that our ICOM General Organization has launched the prize award to try to identify the best practices, the museum the most innovative on this question. We don't know the results, so we don't know exactly which experiences has been presented and are awarded, but it may be interesting to look at it after this week, because we will know it in few days, and maybe we will have some answers. But maybe other question on all the questions who have been presented and asked this morning, coming from the room, even if it is just after the lunch and everybody is tired.
Over there. Over there.
Hello everyone, my name is Elena and I'm a cultural connector. And since we're here to speak about museums of the future are museums that are going to address an audience of the future, which this most likely will mean Generation Alpha, which nowadays is the age group that goes between 0 to 15. So I wanted to understand how, and this is a general question to all of you museums, how, and if you have a successful story to tell about your museums that has been helpful to attract new generations, and through which activations you did it and how you brought new audiences to your museums. Because, for example, here, Louvre Abu Dhabi, for the exhibition Art Here, brought a very young curator, Sophie, and by bringing this young curator, they can confirm, but there was a really fresh audience who came to see the exhibition. So how do you attract nowadays, and how do you think to attract in the future young generations to your institutions?
A big question that has visited museums for a long time. Yes. I think often we have good concepts for very young visitors when they come with school classes, but sometimes it's hard when they get like 10, 15 or so to get them interested in museums. But I think maybe a young curator who brings in a new perspective is a good way. Are there any other experiences in the room, successful projects of museums, how you attracted young visitors, young adults for the exhibitions in museums, in your houses? It's a lot of work to get into communities, the community work to include communities in and around museums is a topic we're very focused on, but it involves a lot of work to get in touch, to really develop projects with communities, to find really a way for them to participate, to share, to develop projects together with the museums. Any experiences in that field, maybe? Mario, please, first row.
Hello, everybody. Concerning the question of our colleague, in the National Museum of Ancient Art in Lisbon, we have a program of co-curating with audiences, especially not only exhibition, but also in programming and also educational activities. So, concerning with the younger people, we start to make a program, educational program, of co-curating with them. And it's so funny because we never know when the starts go. Because we are a museum that starts in medieval ages, our collections, and goes to the 19th century, and we have a lot of objects, furniture, paintings, and so on. So it's very, very interesting. And I'm sure there are a lot of museums, not only in Europe, but around the world with this kind of practice, because I think the museum of the future is the museum of people, and how technology don't solve every problem, of course. People have to engage, and hands-on activities are very important for the audiences, and especially the sense of belonging. If it's not more a matter of what we prepare for the persons or for the people or for the communities, but a matter that we have to co-create and co-develop activities to all the persons, because the museums are places of democracy and inclusion.
Thank you so much, Mario. We talked also about the visitor experience. I think it's quite clear from the projects we've seen that the personal visit to a museum is still a very important part. We saw during the COVID pandemic that digitization is progressive, that there are many more projects that are in the hybrid space, in the digital space. But do you see that there is a fight between those two spheres, or in your view are they kind of bringing their own good perspective to a greater good? We have the digital sphere, the digitization of objects, versus the aura of the objects, to really see the actual objects in the exhibition halls. It's a a long discussion with museum professionals, of course. But for the objects itself, a big topic is, of course, the conservation of objects, the safekeeping of our collections, that has always been the center of museums, of course, and the measures of resilience and emergency management connected to that. That's not our favorite topic, of course, but something that is necessary as well. Any more inputs from the crowd? We really wanted to give you the space to share some opinions and discuss really in the auditorium, in the forum of colleagues. Please go ahead.
Just to answer your previous question, so I'm Agnès from Tactile Studio. We have done the tactile trail here in Louvre Abu Dhabi and many other countries, and we run research. We have researchers in-house to measure, evaluate the performance of multisensorial tools such as tactile trail, but also hands-on. And we sit and observe, we time, we look at different behaviors, if they are individuals, collective, and we were able to, just to give you an idea, because we said, you ask if hands-on and digital oppose, they don't oppose, just the time spent with something really physically engaging is 4 times more than something digital, only passive. And if you propose digital also with time, it's really a very short time. So it's not opposing, it's composing. It's the variety of mediation that makes it a super journey or not. So.
Yeah, that goes very well also with the impression we got from some studies also during the COVID year, where museum visitors were asked what was the most engaging about the digital visits, and they said those projects where they could interact with others, the projects where they could be creative with objects from the collection to do something new digitally, creatively, to connect with others, to read about history and the objects. So those things go very well together. So I thank you so much for your contributions. I think we will, some more, of course. We still have, a few minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, just maybe not a question, but a rhetoric question maybe, or a comment. Because we're talking here about huge budgets and huge museums, and I just wonder if the new museum might be happening in small communities, in a neighborhood, in a family, and that is also a museum. And then maybe when we think about the new museum in the 21st century, especially in a moment where budgets are being cut and where cultural ministries are taking decisions regarding that, maybe it's an opportunity to also look at those small collections, those small initiatives that are happening community-based.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, the regional museums are also central for communities, for keeping the heritage real there. And I'm really positive that even the smallest museum can be a museum of the future, can tackle the modern topics. It's not always a question of money, it's a question of mindset. Thank you. I think we're all done. Thank you so much for your contribution, for the discussion that got lively in the end. Thank you so much.